Welcome back to Daytona, where the field rolls off the line and the Thunderbirds always put on a great show in pre-race for the Daytona 500. As fast as those Thunderbirds are, they're not quite as fast as Kyle Busch was in qualifying here on Wednesday night to earn the pole for today's 500.
Well, let's dial him up, guys. Hey, Kyle Busch, it's Boy and the boys up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, buddy, got you.
Well, man, RCR brought some serious muscle down here this time. Put you right on the pole where you want to be. Everybody's in the rearview mirror. How do you keep them there? And more importantly, 20 years of trying. Can this be the year?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a long race, 500 miles. You got to make sure you do all things right. Strategy, flip style, all that stuff. And then, you know, you got to be in the right place at the right time. You got to have a little bit of luck go your way. Not quite the old days where the fastest car could always win the race, so you guys got to play it out, play it right. I'd like to think that, you know, after 21 years of trying, I got all that figured out, but there's only one test, and that's right now, to figure it out.
Well, Kyle, we see a couple different factors today with the wind and the sun. How do you think that's going to affect the track today and the things that you do?
Yeah, I think handling's going to come into question here. You know, I think the heat of the day, sun beat down on the racetrack, and then we all know it kind of clouds over later in the day here with some weather pending, but you know, you try to get your car handling well all through practice. I felt like even though the qualifying setup was underneath the car for the race and the duels, it still drove real well, still had real good speed, could move the lanes and pull the lanes where I needed to, so you know, we're all dialed in, ready to go right now, so time to send it.
All right, man, good luck.
Thank you.
On the front row for the Daytona 500, Kyle Busch, the pole sitter, and Chase Briscoe in a Toyota on the front row for the second year in a row.
Row number 2, 2015 Daytona 500 winner, Joey Logano. On his outside, it'll be the number 9, everybody's favorite driver, Chase Elliott.
Row number 3 from High Point, North Carolina, Ryan Blaney and Carson Hocevar. Josh?
Well, Ryan Blaney is one of the biggest stars we have in NASCAR. He's a champion. He's won a crown jewel race, but he has yet to win the Daytona 500. Not for lack of trying. He's been close. He's been runner-up 2 times during his career. And what's more, his teammates have won the Great American Race as well. Talking to Ryan, he told me, look, it's not something that keeps me up at night. I learned from my mistakes in the past. I keep putting myself in contention and hope that it will work out for me the next time around. Feels good about the car in the draft, feels good about the speed and handling. Let's see if today's the day Ryan gets it done.
Thanks, Josh. Row 4, Austin Dillon, the 2018 winner, and Kyle Larson, 2-time Cup champion.
Row number 5, your 2012 champion, Brad Keselowski, and that number 6 on his outside. It's a 2021 Daytona 500 winner, Michael McDowell.
And the driver with the best average finish of the 500, John Hunter Nemechek and Christopher Bell.
Shane Van Gisbergen in row number 7, along with Josh Berry.
Row number 8, number 7, Daniel Suarez, and another Daytona 500 winner, Ricky Stenhouse.
Row 9, Bakersfield, California's Casey Mears and Todd Gilliland.
Row 10, Ryan Preece from Connecticut and Ty Gibbs.
Here's a good one. Row number 11, number 48, Alex Bowman and Denny Hamlin on his outside. Jamie?
Well, Denny Hamlin comes into this Daytona 500 with a heavy heart. You saw in the pre-race everything that he has been through after tragically losing his father in a house fire in late December. Denny said this week coming into Daytona, I'd be lying if I said I was 100% ready and motivated to get back here to racing. But the last couple days after being back behind the wheel, he feels that focus. He wants that desire, he has it, and he feels like he has the car to get it done to win a 4th Daytona 500, Mike.
Row number 12, 2020 Cup Rookie of the Year, Cole Custer and Eric Jones.
Row 13, Noah Gragson from Las Vegas, Tyler Reddick from California.
And row number 14, Bubba Wallace, and on his outside, Riley Herbst.
Row 15, Corey Heim and Zane Smith.
Row 16, 7-time champion, 50-year-old Jimmy Johnson back for another try. He shares the row with the youngest driver in the field, Connor Zillage.
Row number 17 is going to give you Cody Ware and Ty Dillon.
Row number 18, A.J. Allmendinger and the 2022 Daytona 500 winner, Austin Cindric.
Row 19, Florida's Ross Chastain and B.J. McLeod, both from Florida.
Row 20, William Byron, last 2 Daytona 500s he has won, along with Justin Allgaier. Regan?
Kevin William Byron has rapidly ascended to superstar status in his Cup Series career, and doing that comes into today with back-to-back Daytona 500 victories. That gives him an opportunity to do something that's never been done in the 68 years of the Great American Race, and that is to win 3 straight. But a practice crash on Thursday has relegated him to a backup car. The team feels great about this backup car, though, and they look to make that happen and win 3 in a row today.
And also, starting tailback is another car in a backup car. Do not forget about him, Chris Buescher.
All right, let's take a closer look at drafting with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, Mike, to win the Daytona 500, you have to have a fast, good handling race car. Another key to winning is being mistake-free on the racetrack and on pit road, and how you set up for your next pit stop. Let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway cars and take a look at how the driver can actually help this situation. We're going to look right here, 7 cars in a line drafting. The lead car over 189 miles per hour, 90 to 100% full throttle, getting 5 miles to the gallon. Let's go to the trail car, the car 7th in line. Because of the draft, still over 189 miles per hour, 50 to 60% full throttle, getting 6.5 miles to the gallon. How will this affect the next pit stop for these 2 cars on a 38-lap run? Car 1's going to be empty. Car 7 is going to have over 4 gallons of fuel left. The time to refuel that pit stop for car 7, it's going to be over 2 seconds faster than car 1. Guys, this is huge for track position leading pit road. The bottom line is fuel saving at Daytona is not to go a further distance, it's to shorten up that next pit stop.
Well, and you want to get as much fuel to stay in the tank as possible, but it's not easy. It is really, really difficult to do all those things and keep your track position throughout the race. So a lot to balance from the driver's seat.
All right, getting close to the start of the Daytona 500. It's time for Toyota Rev Up to Green.
Toyota Racing is excited to be kicking off their 20th season in the NASCAR Cup Series with today's running of the Daytona 500, led by the Toyota Camry XSE pace car. With over 200 race wins, 3 championships, and many historic moments, Toyota continues to value its participation in NASCAR and looks forward to many more years of winning performance on and off the track.
Today's race, 200 laps, 500 miles, plus overtime if needed. It'll be divided into 3 stages of 65, 65, and 70 laps with at least 1 pit stop in each stage. 55 miles an hour is the limit on pit road with a 5-mile-an-hour tolerance, and you'll need fuel at least every 44 laps. Busch Light's giving away $20,000 in total prize money during the Daytona 500. Follow @BuschBeer on social media and enter by commenting #BuschBeer for cash, Busch Dash for cash, #sweepstakes for your chance to win big.
You ready, Kev?
I'm ready.
I'm excited.
I know these drivers are too. It's just really difficult to explain to people just what the anticipation level is leading into this race. You're not in a rhythm. You haven't been racing all year. You've got all this hype. You've got all the most sponsors you'll have, the most guests you'll have, and this place is absolutely slammed with people. So a lot of pressure.
Now here's the next-gen 2-seat Toyota Camry with Puka Nacua, the LA Rams star wide receiver, in the speed seat. And newly minted NASCAR Hall of Famer Kurt Busch is doing the honors behind the wheel.
You know he's going to go for a ride, though, Kurt. I tell you what, might line up behind him. Try their hand, huh? Can't trust that guy. You know, you're so right. 10,000 fans in this infield. I've been here all week long. We've been blessed with a beautiful week of weather. It has been an awesome show so far.
Today's aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear. Tried, tested, proven, legendary. The Goodyear blimp is on hand. And a big tip of the hat to Stu Grant, Goodyear's worldwide head of racing for decades. This is his final Daytona 500, and this has been a better sport under his stewardship at Goodyear. Thank you, Stu.
Look at them grandstands, fellas.
Well, here's a big number for you, 800. It's the 800th episode of The Simpsons tonight on Fox, and cowabunga, dude. Bart's going to wave the green. 41 cars, 2 by 2, as the Toyota Camry XSE leads the field. Lights are out atop it. That's the signal to the drivers to be ready. It makes the sharp left turn onto pit road. And in front of a packed house in Daytona, here they come. Bart Simpson with the green flag. And the 68th Daytona 500 takes the green flag.
Split both. Now watch bottom. 19 is clear. Get ready to go up half. Outside quarter. Keep bottom. Watch 22 coming half. He's got to push.
That's Kyle Busch's radio. He's the pole sitter as Chase Briscoe's Toyota tries to edge ahead on the outside, but without much help from the number 9 of Chase Elliott.
Yeah, and right now they're just filling their cars out. They've gone through turns 1 and 2. This is going to be the tricky section of the racetrack as we go through the day because of the wind. The wind is gusting. It's blowing steady through turns 3 and 4. Keep your eye out for that corner.
First car to go 3 wide, no surprise, Ricky Stenhouse. He's a risk taker. He's that red car way up on the outside as the field comes by 2 by 2.
Here they go. Haven't seen 3 wide the whole time. There it is, Kev.
Well, right now the pack has more energy than anything that they've done all weekend. You put all these cars together for the first time and throw the green flag here at Daytona. Things are happening a lot faster than what they've done so far.
25 years ago here at Daytona, the very first race on NASCAR on Fox. 2001 on the final lap of the Daytona 500. Right there in turn number 4 was where Dale Earnhardt had his fatal crash. And ever since, the track and NASCAR, Richard Childress Racing, everyone with 3 fingers in the air and a silent salute to the Intimidator, the 1998 Daytona 500 winner. Three laps complete. It was on this date in 1998 when Dale Earnhardt scored his Daytona 500 win.
Kyle Busch has got decisions to make already. Him and the spotter getting busy. Which lane do we go up and protect? Looks like the outside lines with the momentum. You see that big long line. Strength in numbers at these drafting tracks.
Yeah, and it becomes really difficult to block both of those lanes when those cars are even like that because you're almost guessing as to which lane is going to get that push. And right now, on the inside right there, you see John Hunter Nemechek didn't block the bottom lane. He was paying attention to the 2 lanes that had cars.
Pulled right up there. I'm going to take this lead. Here we go. He was fast in the duels, ladies and gentlemen. The number 42, John Hunter Nemechek, in the lead.
And that second generation driver of everyone in this 500 has the best average finish in this race. And he proved it again Thursday night here. Had a great finish in the duel.
Yeah, he's had a great weekend all around. We saw him contend all night in the truck race, in the duels, and everything that he's been in this weekend, he's been able to put himself up front. And I think when you get those reps of all the looking in the mirror and the blocking and saving fuel, whatever the scenario is, you're going to get better at it, and he's doing a great job all weekend so far.
Well, keep track of this right here. That scenario is all those manufacturers being all over the place. They're mixed up. We haven't found our dancing partners yet. The only ones that I truly see there are like, oh we got a wreck. BJ McLeod's around. Right where our tires down.
Who raced his way into the 500 Thursday night after Anthony Alfredo was disqualified in tech inspection. Part-time driver, part-time team.
That wheel looks like it was loose, Clint.
And I know the toe link is definitely, something was broke back there for sure, but Casey Mears again with front end damage.
Another part-time team that raced its way into the 500 in the qualifying race. Trying to reach 500 career starts in NASCAR's National Series, and he'll get there. Tough break for McLeod.
I think you're on it with that right rear area.
No brakes, none at all.
Something broke with no brakes. Okay, there he is right there, folks. 78 on the outside. This is going through 3 and 4, up high. Boom. That right rear tire's down, isn't it?
Well, the tire's
no,
down.
it's sideways too.
I think that right rear was loose, and what'll happen is that thing will start shifting and rip that wheel in half.
Either the lug nut's off or the toe link something with the right rear.
We're under caution in Daytona. You can play the Fox Super 6 Daytona 500 Challenge. Download the Fox Sports app right now and enter for free for a shot to win your share of $10,000 and a VIP ticket package to next year's 500. See the Fox Sports app for details. 6 cars involved in this pileup, and defending champ of the 500, William Byron, was among those who got some pretty good damage. Byron started 39th. Matt Kenseth won from that spot in 2009, but Byron's involved, and they've got work to do.
Well, he hit that outside wall pretty hard. You can see the damage with the body on the right side. That's a product of starting in the back of this thing.
Yeah, and when you see that fender kind of buckled right there over that right front tire, that's a pretty solid shot. So it's definitely not going to put him out of the race, but he's going to give them feedback on where his steering wheel is, and that'll give them some idea of what they need to check if his steering wheel is not where it was supposed to be when the race started.
In fact, they're going to check the toe here.
Let's take another look at what put us under caution.
Well, obviously, we'll go back to let's see. There's, if I can get it, there it is. William Byron back here behind McLeod. McLeod goes around to 40, hits the wall too. Justin Allgaier, he hits it, but you see with that right front, William Byron hitting pretty hard, and then you'll see in the back lower right with Noah having a lot of trouble with his left rear. They stack up. I would say the front damage from Casey Mears was probably in the back of Noah. It can happen fast, and that's a product of starting in the back.
Well, and these are the types of things that you just can't plan for. You want to control all the things that you can control, but in William Byron's case, it's a tough scenario. You saw some smoke.
See it on fire
saw
under
some
there.
smoke right there out of the 78 car, and then boom, around goes that car.
Whatever that was, it blew the tire out.
From Bubba Wallace's Xfinity cam. And from the Hendrick pit box, Jeff Gordon.
I hear you, Jeff. That's a tough one.
Pit road will be open now. The damage to Casey Mears, Tyler Reddick, Noah Gregson, as well as William Byron, Justin Allgaier, and B.J. McLeod.
Well, this is dangerous right here, Mike. When you have all these cars on pit road doing quick fuel stops like this, some will be at the beginning of pit road, some of them won't, and this is a big chance for contact.
The leader stayed out, Kyle Busch. John Hunter Nemechek leads them down. Shane Van Gisbergen, most of the field. Not seeing tire changes, just a splash of gas and go in most cases.
Well, that's the most important thing that you have here today is the fuel in that tank, Mike. It's the thing that's going to put you in a position to win this race, to get on and off pit road just like they are right now. So we've seen a couple different strategies, staying out and some pitting.
First caution of the day in Daytona. Welcome back to Daytona. We're under caution, and we just had all but 5 cars come to pit road for at least fuel. Time to check with Larry Mack for Fuel Strategy, sponsored by Zero Carbon Bioethanol.
Well, Mike, I think we just saw it. Never, ever pass up an opportunity to fill that race car with fuel, and always leave pit road completely full of fuel.
For the 4th time in the last 6 500s, the first caution flag comes within the first 10 laps of the race. Regan?
Well, Mike, to update the 24, William Byron been to pit road 3 times already under this caution. First 2 times was to work on the toe, make sure that they tried to get that as straight as possible, and then there was a little bit of damage repair as well. But this veteran team, well organized by Rudy Fugger, all members returned from last season. It looked very organized down here in the way that they performed it. He did say it's wandering just a little bit as he got back up to speed. Jamie?
Well, Regan, on the pace lap, Shane Van Gisbergen came over the radio and said his heel booties These things were coming undone, and they had to ask NASCAR if they could come down pit road. They took them both off, and he started where he qualified. Now, so often you hear how hot these race cars are, especially along the floorboard. And Kevin, you drove these cars. How important are these heel booties?
Well, I never wore them in these cars because the floorboards were always so much cooler. And you know, I think as we went through the years, you couldn't even race these cars without those booties. So not sure what the issue is. I know sometimes that they if you don't wear them in practice, sometimes the height of the pedal becomes wrong because of the way that the booties will lift your foot up. I'm not sure what the issue was, if it was catching on something, but if you're gonna race with them, you better practice with them to make sure that you like them.
Well, now all but one car has pitted. The pole sitter Kyle Busch decided to stay out, so he has 8 laps or 10 laps now less fuel than everybody else. Everybody else has been on pit road for at least a splash. Now the radio in Kyle's car, well, it's been busy.
Just a reminder for you too, that crosswind is big time off of 4. It's going from 2 to 4, so that's where your biggest issue is. Just keep that in the back of your mind.
Just remind the 42 what lap it is. I've had to lift 3 times to not up his ass. Come on.
Know who's in it. That's all. Great car here. Doing a great job. Just, we worry about us. You're doing fine.
Well, he's already frustrated, and we've heard that a lot out of Kyle Busch before, and he's speaking of John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 cars. So it might work out, and sometimes it doesn't, but man, you hate to be on a strategy that the whole field is not on.
Definitely tensions are high. I mean, you can hear it in his voice. You don't want him to do that. When you lift, it stacks everybody up, and is a really good opportunity to cause a wreck.
Well, they've decided in favor of track position. Kyle Busch will lead them to green. Joey Logano on the inside in that yellow Ford next to Busch's green Chevrolet. 2 Toyotas in the second row, Briscoe and Nemechek.
Yeah, and you see all those cars single file at the end of the field. They're all under penalty as we go back to green.
They pitted while pit road is closed and have to go to tail end of the longest line for the restart. Logano with Nemechek and Keselowski on the inside, then Josh Berry. So 3 Fords and a Toyota on the inside lane. Kyle Busch leading the outside with Briscoe in a Toyota behind.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier at this point in the race to try to stay in control of the race when you have the same manufacturer 2 rows behind you. If the 42 car pulls out right there, the 6 car's right there to save him. But Logano up the racetrack to block. That was tight, Clint.
Well, I wonder if he likes it any more or less with the 22 car doing it than the 42. Get used to that 22 car making bold moves. He's used to running at the front of this pack. Him and his spotter work well together. You have to be aggressive to stay up front. You saw it right there on display.
Hey, you see that 3rd car back on the outside row as Kyle Busch leads that top lane SVG up there in that 97 car. John Hunter Nemechek down on the bottom, but a lot of names. There's a few names up here that we don't really get to call out much, but right now up in the front of this pack, definitely contending.
Here's some Joey Logano audio. That's the yellow car in front.
You're going to have the 1997 42.621 on the bottom lane. 42.621. The entire field is together now. They just gained a 4th car. The 42 is going to get inside, but he's bubbled out. The 42 is...
Joey Logano's now led 10 straight Daytona 500s. The record is Richard Petty with 11.
Yeah, and you see that the top lane is pretty heavy on being the preferred lane. A lot less cars in that bottom lane right now.
They're starting to find each other back again, but there was a lot of open links in that chain on the bottom for sure.
Well, what makes that different at the beginning of these restarts, when you start single file with that many cars, the cars aren't doubled up, so they're not bunched up as much, so it takes longer to get everything formed 2 by 2 when they start single file like that for a long ways.
And I still look at this pylon and the way the manufacturers are. They're really not connected yet as far as your allies with your manufacturer and your teammates. That's something that we haven't seen in the duels so far down here in Daytona, but sooner or later they will find each other and work together, especially once we get closer to the next pit stop.
BJ McLeod checked and released at the Advent Health Care Center. He is the only driver out of the race from that lap 5 crash, the first and so far only yellow of the day. Coming to start lap 16, and there are 5 cars in this race using the number font that was used by Greg Biffle during his great career with Roush Racing, driving the number 16 Ford for Jack Roush. He's a nominee to the NASCAR Hall of Fame with 19 Cup Series wins and a runner-up for the championship. He was champion of what's now the O'Reilly Series and the Craftsman Truck Series on his way up to NASCAR's Premier Series. We lost Greg and his family and some friends in a plane crash Christmas week. And with all of the hurricane relief work he did in western North Carolina after Hurricane Helene, that loss is felt statewide and beyond. All the RFK Fords, and you saw A.J. Allmendinger's car, all wearing the Biffle font. John Hunter Nemechek, second generation racer, leads the Daytona 500 after 16 laps. Both of whom were just signed to 5-year extensions by Rick Hendrick, allowed us to listen in on their team meeting.
Now's the time. We've got to be locked into the mindset of how we're marching forward this year. There is almost nothing you can do at a Speedway to guarantee yourself a win. It's more about how are you hitting your marks of the fuel stops, of the stops at the stages, handling the restarts, taking the runs, having the communication to get to that point. If we put ourselves in position, the outcome's going to be what it is. Here we go, team 5.
I think I've seen Cliff Daniels smile at least at the banquet, at least once, you know, but he is so focused, just laser focused on the task at hand all the time.
Probably twice, but I agree with you. Both championships about that day and only that day. What a great skipper, though. One of the best crew chief pairings with a driver that we've had in a long time. You put a good crew chief, the best driver, and the best car, deadly.
Now, everyone stopped for fuel at lap 8, 9, or 10 under caution, except Kyle Busch in the number 8 car, even though some of the drivers who did stop are wondering, can they make it to the end of this stage without having to stop again? Here's the number 9.
Did anybody make it at the current rate? No, not at the current rate. Possibly close. It's going to be a stretch, so but yeah, I just want to be on the good side of it if we can, but we don't think that's really a viable opportunity, but some may try.
Alan Gustafson, the crew chief for Chase Elliott, from Daytona Beach, and when he comes to race here, still stays at Mom's for the weekend.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. But you know, I think as we talk about the strategy here at the beginning of this race and this fuel window being so close to the end of the stage, I think if you were at the end, you might see some different strategy. But listening to Alan right there, it sounds like it would take a lot of bullocks to be able to convince yourself to run to the end of this stage.
How about
so
Larry?
So early in the race. Sorry.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Alan Gustafson. He talked about the current rate or the pace, and we're seeing anywhere from about 60 to 80% full throttle. I think you would have to get down there in that 50% rate to be able to make it to the end right there. I think it's right on the threshold, but we certainly know it's not even close for Kyle Busch in the 8.
Well, let's chase that story down pit road, beginning with Josh.
Well, guys, it's amazing that Brad Keselowski is even out here today. Broke his femur on a ski trip back in December. Recovery for that usually about 6 months. He's back in about 8 weeks. They did everything they can to make him comfortable in that car. Still walking with a cane, but when he's back behind the wheel, feeling good, and he's happy with the car right now. But talking about getting that line connected in order to maximize their potential right now, Jamie.
Well, Josh, John Hunter Nemechek up front leading his first ever laps here at the Daytona 500. I talked to his crew chief, Travis Mack, this morning, and he said, I love this guy that I'm seeing down here this week. He's more aggressive. He felt like they were a little too passive, a little too cautious in this race last year. We saw it in the dual race. We saw it in the truck race on Friday night. Very aggressive, leading laps. Car so far so good. Not saying anything, Regan.
Jamie, rookie driver, or rookie sensation, Connor Zilic right now up 15 positions from where he started, just outside the top 15. One thing the team was worried about as they came into the day was communication between he, crew chief Randall Burdett, and his spotter Stephen Parsons. Something they didn't anticipate, though, was the wind being a part of that. They've had to remind the spotter, keep the microphone close to your face. As windy as it is on track level, it's twice as windy up on top of the buildings where these spotters are, and some of them do sound muffled.
Thanks, Regan. Now, if the race pace slows, everybody will save a little fuel. Is that to everyone's advantage? Well, we checked on the 6.
Here, just have some guys in the back, a bunch of guys in the back are showing good enough to make it. Well, if that's the case, we're not doing fit here. We can speed up. Joey wants to. I'll get in front of him. Let's go fast. We can't let those guys make it.
Can't let those guys make it.
It's a heads-up call right there, and they're the only ones that can dictate that. When they slow the pace down, it even helps those guys back there saving fuel even more. Meyer back in that big air pocket of a draft. Let's go.
Well, and we saw this a few years ago when they realized that somebody was going to make it and picked up the pace. And so the strategy of this race is so intriguing. And I think right now, Kyle Busch is lucky that most people can't make it because he's 10 laps off of what everybody else is. And all these guys up in the front, they're burning more fuel. We saw it the other night in the qualifying races when Chase Briscoe and some of those guys were running out front. When you run out front, no matter if you think you're saving gas or not, you're pushing more air, and it just becomes you burn more gas, and it's just not part of the game that you want to give up, because you got to be able to have enough fuel, or I'll spit this out in a minute, Mike.
Okay.
You gotta have enough. You gotta be able to put at least amount of fuel in the car as possible.
And the upshot of it is Kyle Busch has 8 laps less fuel in his tank than anybody else because he did not stop under caution. 10 different organizations, 10 different racing teams in the top 10 after 26 laps of the Daytona 500 on Fox. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. 30 of 200 laps complete in the Daytona 500. 30 of 65 laps in stage 1. Here are your Toyota top performers with John Hunter Nemechek out front now for a total of 18 laps. Chase Briscoe, the outside pole sitter, in 6th. Ty Gibbs in 12th. Very windy day in Daytona. The flag has been in straight out all day, and drivers have commented on it.
Man, you might want to tether in. It's windy, baby.
It blew my hat off. I think it's supposed to get worse, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Wind direction is from turn 2 to 4 at about 20 to 25 miles an hour.
That's going to make the exit of 4 that much more difficult.
Remember, that wind is ripping. It's way heavier than it's been all weekend, so let's feel it for a lap or two.
Unofficially, the windiest Daytona 500 ever.
The thing that I never liked about the wind were the gusts, and when it's this windy, you get some pretty good gusts, and you always get pretty comfortable with what your car is doing, and all of a sudden one of those gusts, boom, hits you, and it moves the car around and makes you think something's wrong. It can come from the side, it can come from the front, but it will move the car around when it's this windy.
Joey Logano trying to forge that Team Penske Ford into the front of the field. Here's his radio.
Try to make it, got to get to the 47s here.
Gonna burn more fuel to do that. Yeah, but we don't have a choice.
If you think that'll be most efficient, that'll put John Hunter pushing you, Brad behind him.
So the last lap, 48.45. They're telling Logano they want him in the 47-second bracket.
We need more throttle. He's right, it's going to burn more fuel, but what Paul didn't tell him is a reason why we're doing this. Look at the outside line forming up here. We got 3 wide going into 1.
Yeah, and that's usually when people start to want to go a little bit faster, when they feel like they're going to give up their track position, and that forces everybody to go faster at the front of the field if they want to maintain that. So you got to make a decision when these guys get up here and start picking up the pace as to which side of the fence you want to stand on.
Here we go.
Chase Briscoe to the top side, the outside pole sitter for this year's 500, the pole sitter last year, driving for Joe Gibbs Racing. 2 Toyotas sandwiching the Ford of Logano for the lead.
There it is. Look at this.
We're in the 47s.
And if you're going to run that fast, you might as well just keep going and protect everything that you have, because that's going to make everybody in the field have to go and put them in your fuel strategy.
Well, I think the rest of the field got on board with that. There was only maybe a select few that could have made it. You know darn well that that 8 car in the middle, Kyle Busch, wasn't going to be able to make it. But these guys said, you're right. I hear you, crew chief. We're going to go hard, go wide open. I bet you it's even faster yet this time.
Yeah, and that outside row of Chase Briscoe and Ty Gibbs, along with Joey Logano, I think it caught the 42 car off guard a little bit and was able to get by him for the lead.
Well, it's all with the 42 leading that front line on the inside. You're only as fast as a car pushing you, so the outside line came on. Doesn't surprise me that he wasn't able to hold suit with them, but he's still pretty good right there. Now he's got Logano in front of him. Look at that, even faster yet, 47.68 for the leader, Briscoe. Don't get too far out. They're going to come back up down on you. Watch the runs.
So, Larry, if the pace increases and everybody has to stop again, how long do you want to wait before you make that stop if we stay green?
Yeah, Mike, I mean, you want to go just as far as you possibly can. I got to believe with what I saw with throttle prior to a couple of laps ago, that they probably can go somewhere around maybe around lap 50, somewhere in that neighborhood, maybe 55.
That's not an on-purpose pit. It's going to merge back on. That is Keselowski. Maybe, I think he got loose off of 4, had trouble, Kevin.
Well, we've talked about this temperature today. You talk about the wind, and we know that turns 3 and 4 with the wind, it was already the problem, let alone with the wind.
Watch the 6.
Kyle Busch way sideways, got into him. Holy cow, what a save.
But Kyle Busch did exactly what you're talking about, Clint. He just got loose right there.
That's that wind factor off of 4 that they were all talking about. That's as big as it gets, folks.
Ryan Blaney's view here.
Yeah, and that 6 car being inside right there kept him from spinning out, in my opinion.
That's a lot of everybody being patient right there, giving a little bit needed.
And these cars will do that. When you're in the middle like that and you've got cars directly in front of you, a little bit spaced out on each side of you, these cars will just randomly step out from underneath you. But I still think that that's part of the wind.
Boy, that got Kyle Busch's attention.
I had 0 wheel in it. I was neutral. The car yawned out on its own.
I think he said didn't have a wheel in it. We've been watching the truck race, the O'Reilly races. Those guys got loose because they snapped loose. They had too much wheel in it, tied off of 4. As soon as they'd land, they would come out from underneath of them and get loose. He said, I was neutral right there. I think that's a Gus, Kevin.
Well, he's super lucky.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was big.
Halfway through stage number 1 in the Daytona 500. Chase Briscoe, Ty Gibbs, Joey Logano up front. Check out the all-new Fox Sports digital show. Yes, Speed is back with Harvick and Buxton, fueled by Poet Bioethanol, and debuting February 23rd.
Well, this is really exciting. Will and I have already shot a bunch of interviews, but we're going to cover all of racing, Mike. We're going to cover sprint cars, drag racings, IndyCar, NASCAR. We're going to cover it all on that show.
I love it. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, Chase Briscoe leading the pack as things form up here, 3 wide ahead of Logano and Gibbs.
Well, we're starting to see a lot of handling issues. We saw Kyle Busch's car step out right there and almost spin out thanks to Brad Keselowski. He did not. Clint, you just noticed some cars pushing up.
I think it was Chastain off of 2, got really tight, used a lot of real estate, almost got into the car in the middle row there. I think it was Chastain. Uh-oh, that's a cheat sheet. Don't let that get away from you.
Yeah, that paper.
There he goes. That's important.
Well, not only does he not want to lose that, so he knows what the game plan is with everything, but it's also annoying sitting there moving all around.
All those code words. This track was last repaved prior to the 2011 season. Now 3 Toyotas, make that 4, have teamed up on the inside at the front of the field. Briscoe, Nemechek, Bell, and Reddick.
Yeah, definitely a big shakeup up front. I mean, the biggest movers, you go back to Reddick, that's 26 spots he's moved up. Allgaier 26, Larson 19. Long ways they've come.
Yeah, and the longer this run goes, the more that handling will start to creep in. And when that handling starts to creep in, you got 2 conditions. You're either loose in the corner and struggling with the car, or you get to the center of the corner and the front end starts to take off. And to me, Clint, I don't know which one you liked.
I don't want that front end taken off because eventually it's going to bite.
When that front end takes off, you just don't know how far that car is going to slide. And usually by the time you catch that thing, you've let off the gas too late, and that almost makes it worse when you have to dump the throttle.
Race fans, snag a $1 spicy or classic chicken sandwich with purchase today and tomorrow using promo code Daytona in the Wendy's app.
Ty Gibbs on that outside, Kev.
Well, we saw those Toyotas of Ty Gibbs and Chase Briscoe come up on that outside lane and get themselves positioned at the front of this pack. And now that we've seen the pace be picked up to try to get those guys in the back to not have enough fuel, they've been able to keep themselves up in the front. And that's the game. How do I position myself up in the front? And they were using a little more gas to get there, but now it doesn't matter because the pace is steady and fast.
And I know folks got to keep referencing those duels, but that's the only thing we have to go off of. And those Toyotas, other than Nemechek, was kind of quiet during the duels, but here they are, just like we always know them to be at the 500.
Well, Chase Briscoe, who's leading this race, has had speed all week. Qualified on the front row for the 2nd year in a row, was fast in his duel, and he's the one car that has seemed to be able to control this pack from the front.
What do we know about the Toyota camp? They always handle well. And this track is starting to slide around a bit. These cars are a handful. It doesn't surprise me that those Toyotas are going to the front.
Well, you see Joey
for 3 rows behind you.
You see Joey's sheet has come loose again on our Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera right there, but see that outside lane with that 54 and 19 from Joey's in-car right there. They're able to get connected, but you're starting to see some space, and usually when you start to see the space in the cars, it's the guys giving themselves room for whatever their handling issue is to make sure that they give themselves some extra space and some more air on the front of those cars.
All right, Cowboy, I heard you say room, man. There wasn't any room to put your hand in between that 54 and the wall off of 4 the last time. He was out of room. Woo, it was close.
Now remember, Kyle Busch, the pole sitter, did not stop during the caution flag at lap 8, 9, and 10 when everybody else did. Larry Mack, how far can he go?
Well, I've been watching his throttle, and Jim Pullman has continued to pull him back on the throttle. And as you can say, he has fallen back all the way to 20th. Right now, lap 46, that's the fuel window right there. That's based on 100%. What I've seen with his throttle, I'm saying he maybe can go another 8 to 10 laps.
Wow. Won't get you to the end of the stage. Jamie?
Well, I've been listening to Kyle Busch's radio, and his father, Derek Nealon, just told him, Kyle, we're going to come at lap 49, so go ahead and pick up the pace now. So just a few laps from now, Regan.
Jamie, the other side to that is the 3-car of his teammate Austin Dillon. They said we may pit with Kyle to help out our teammate with about 10 laps to go. Austin very new to the team. I'm not going to be able to get out of this pack to help him right now, so that may not work out.
No, he's in 8th place on the outside, carrying the Poet Ethanol onboard can.
Well, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't want to get out. I wouldn't try very hard to get out of that pack because I wouldn't want to take myself out of position of having a chance to win this Daytona 500. And if you pit with Kyle, it's just going to be you two. And right now, Austin Dillon has himself positioned towards the front of this field. I would just stay up in that lane no matter what they told me to do, to be honest with you.
Ford's aligned on the inside. Logano and Keselowski.
Coming to lap 50.
Toyota's lined up topside, 3 of them in front of Chase Elliott's Chevrolet.
Why are you laughing at me, Clint? You're over here laughing at what I just said.
But I've been your teammate before.
Sometimes, but sometimes you have to make that decision, you know, from the driver's standpoint in order to keep yourself in contention. In today's world, you have to have cars that'll help you, but you can't just purposely take him out of contention of where he's at right now, in my opinion.
Here comes Nemechek on the inside with Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick. 3 Toyotas trying to flow together down at the bottom of the racetrack.
We haven't had enough cars in those duels to see this outside line really prevail like we do with all 41 cars out there. Here in maybe the 8 car.
Well, and sometimes, Clint, you know, getting up next to that
there
wall.
it is. Look back here. See those hands? I think 8. Ty Dillon's going to come with him. You know he's on board with that. We're coming this time, 8 car.
Again, that's the only car that did not stop during the first and only caution period of the race back at lap 5.
No mistakes. Do not slide the tires.
And Josh Berry's coming with him, and 2 more. So 5 cars on pit road, all concerned about making it to the end of stage 1 on fuel if this stays green.
Yeah, and the hard part for those 4 cars that are on pit lane, if they all come off together, even then, if they stay nose to tail, they are not going to have the pace that this whole pack is going to have. So they're going to give up some time one way or the other.
Allmendinger, Ty Dillon, and Casey Mears with them on pit road.
You're spot on too, Kevin. Not only that, they're not all together. All broke up with that group. You can see it on the bottom of your screen there. Not very efficient with that stop at all.
Yeah, and the longer that it takes to get those cars nose to tail, it's just free time that you're giving up when they're not connected.
Mitchell, Indiana's Chase Briscoe has been out in front of the Daytona 500 now for 17 laps. 54 laps complete in Daytona. Cross-state rivals tip it off on Fox College Hoops Friday. Braden Smith leads 13th-ranked Purdue in a Big Ten battle against Indiana Friday night at 8 Eastern, only on Fox. Speeds have picked up. We've been lapping right at 47 seconds flat, led by Chase Briscoe, in an effort to draw everybody to use so much fuel that they all have to stop again before the end of stage 1. We'll see how it plays out. Biggest movers since the restart. Well, Justin Allgaier was involved in that crash back at lap number 5, but he has climbed all the way up to 8th place. Riley Herbst has gained 28 spots now, and William Byron, who was also in that crash, has picked up now 27.
To start watching for these cars. Oh, I got to hand out the window to Allgaier. He's going to be coming. You know that 40 car is coming. Let's see who else is coming.
It'll be 9 to go in the stage. And here comes a small group of cars, just 4, led by Joey Logano.
That's surprising to me. Another small group of 4.
Yeah, because right now all those cars that pitted, they're about 8/10 of a second. See Joey Logano stop way at the back of his pit stall so he can start creeping out, and that fuel man still stay engaged. We've seen some videos. They make up a lot of time there and have enough fuel.
Filling it up with Sunoco race fuel with zero carbon bioethanol. And those 4 cars left pit road not in a tight pack. In fact,
you got Byron in the wall again, guys.
24, Byron.
He's in trouble. He hit it hard. I think it was a pretty good push there.
Right side contact. I think it's fine.
Everything's fine, he's saying.
Teammate Alex Bowman right behind him.
Gosh, as much smoke as there was right there, he didn't lose much time with everything that took place.
Oh, boy, that was a push gone wrong. Shane Van Gisbergen got into the back of Byron there.
Well, he couldn't really check up because he got a big push too.
Yeah.
All right, here are the leaders off turn number 4. Coming to 7 laps to go.
Here we go.
And here come the Toyotas.
Some of them. No, most of them. There's the rest of them.
Chase Elliott leads the back to the stripe as Chase Briscoe brings him on pit road, and there's a spinner coming on to pit road. It's Jimmy Johnson.
Will there be a caution?
No, cars are half a lap away. He should be able to get it fired.
He's rolling.
And he's rolling.
So easy to do that when you get a little bit of speed extra coming onto pit road and you try to turn the wheel one way or the other, the car will just spin out.
What's driving these little smaller packs is the mix-up they had with the manufacturers. They weren't all together. That forces everybody's hand to pit with somebody maybe that wasn't in the plane.
So now Chase Elliott leads Todd Gilliland and Austin Dillon.
And here comes the rest of them. Your Hendrick cars, Chase Elliott, William Byron.
And Gilliland, 3rd generation star of NASCAR, takes over the lead for Front Row Motorsports and Ford.
Yeah, and we've got cars all over this racetrack on different agendas spread out.
Yeah, keep an eye on the track map up here.
Teammates battling for the lead as Zane Smith goes around the outside of Gilliland. He's got Austin Cindric in tow and Ryan Blaney. All Fords. As of right now, the top 15 cars have not made a second visit to pit road.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the more confusing pit cycles that we've been through for only one car not having been to pit road, as we see a few more peel off to come to pit road.
I think that's Austin Dillon and Connor Zilic coming to the pit lane. So that will leave 7 of them out on the racetrack that have not pitted, at least. Five to go and stage points. Whoa, boy!
Ooh.
Byron almost had the back bumper of his car taken off right there.
By his teammate.
Well, and that's what happens when you get some of these groups starting to merge together. The difference in speed, and all but turn Kyle Larson around right there in the middle of 3 and 4.
At lap 65, 10 points to the stage winner, 9 for second, down to 1 for 10th. As the pileup for points begins with the new championship format NASCAR has this year.
Yeah, and right now, Joey Logano right here and that group in the back, they want these cars to stay side by side. They want them to stay too wide. If they're single file, those guys will have a hard time making up that ground. So the more that these guys stay too wide, the more it'll draw those two groups together.
And there's the second group that you talk about, led by Logano.
Yeah, and they're going to catch them for that reason.
Zane Smith from Huntington Beach, California, cut his teeth racing at the Las Vegas Bull Ring against fellows like Riley Herbst and the other fellows of that age who raced on the short tracks then, but now he's in the Cup Series for Front Row. He and Austin Cindric for Team Penske, and Cindric's teammate Ryan Blaney there. Todd Gilliland, who is Smith's teammate, and Chris Buescher, all Fords, down to Noah Gragson in 6th place. There's the lead pack. They're in the middle of the backstretch. They'll be coming to 2 to go in stage 1.
Well, we know how tight this fuel window is, and there is definitely some reward if you make it to the end of this stage when you talk about those points and everything that goes with it. But man, it just makes my heart beat fast sitting up here right now, the risk that it takes and where it puts you to win the Daytona 500.
But I believe that that's a calculated risk. I really do. Look at all and it's no secret that are all Fords and then a pack of Chevys behind them. You know that that was a playbook. Those guys stayed back there, saved enough fuel to try to make it to the end of this thing collectively as a group.
6 Fords leading 4 Chevrolets. As we're going to come down to the final lap of stage number 1.
That's why you work together. Right here, you're going to make it to the end, all because you chose to stay together and be on the same page.
Right here, 1 to go. Still half of 2.
Those 10 drivers looking for stage points. The die is cast. None of them have been on pit road in the last 54 laps.
That's stretching it pretty good there.
Yeah, and that second group, you can see them mixing it up still. This lead group right here, they're pretty much single file, but you just never know what's going to happen with this lead group. Do they run out of gas? Do you have anything happen? But right now, they're racing for a stage win.
And those 10 drivers right there will collect the 10 stage points for stage 1 as Zane Smith and Austin Cindric bring them around toward the start-finish line. Blaney Hocevar is the one Chevrolet that has fought his way to the front along with his teammate Daniel Suarez in the 7. Stage 1. We'll go to the driver from California, Zane Smith. His first career stage win.
Kevin, when we were talking about this before the race, who did we say worked the best with one another?
Those Fords, they proved it right there once again.
Zane Smith, the stage 1 winner over Cindric, Blaney, Hocevar, and Chris Buescher. Special thanks to Starlink for helping power our high-speed NASCAR broadcasts, bringing you every bit of the action from the Daytona 500. Here's Jamie Little.
Well, last year, Chase Briscoe had a breakout performance with Joe Gibbs Racing, won 3 times, went to the championship 4, finished 3rd. Today, he's back with his pit crew. They have one change, so let's go ahead and meet them.
AJ Rosini, front tire changer. That was part of the 2019 Indy 500 win.
Lee Cunningham, rear tire changer, 2017 Cup Series champion.
CJ Bailey, tire carrier, running back at the Manio High.
Caleb Dirks, Jackman, former professional baseball player.
Matt Terrell, fueler, 2013 Daytona 500 champion.
On the front row for the 500 for the 2nd year in a row, and they've had speed all week.
They really have, and we saw them on the pole for the Daytona 500 here last year. So this team, pit crew, everybody being together for another year just allows them to start working on the details of who they are and what they're doing. So
look at this, guys. How close were they pushing it? This close. Now they are getting pushed. 4 car ran out of gas. Noah Gregson need a little help getting back. Thank you, buddy. Josh Berry to the rescue.
On board our Ford Racing cam here with Austin Cindric, you hear him shutting that car off, and that's what they will do during caution. They will actually shut the car all the way off, and then you'll fire it back up. You'll pop the clutch with the ignition already on. The car will take off, and then you roll as far as you can. So you're constantly in there shutting the car on and off hundreds of times throughout today's race.
It works.
A lot of manufacturer royalty on hand here. Kumar Galotra, the COO of Ford, is here. Mark Royce, COO of General Motors, is on hand. Edsel Ford, the godfather of Ford Racing, presented the Ford Spirit of Racing Award to Doug Yates and the Yates family earlier this week.
And it doesn't just stop with the manufacturers. It's all across the board. The network, the engine, the power of NASCAR is pretty incredible. They're all here.
Zane Smith and Austin Cindric lead them onto pit road. Josh.
Austin Cindric able to pick up those 9 stage points, said the car is a touch free. They told him stay and get as much fuel as you can on this stop, Regan.
Well, the 12 of Ryan Blaney, a little bit twitchy, loose, being in the backslide now through the middle in 3 and 4, but then tight on exit. The 77 of Carson Hocevar just tight in traffic at the end. Jamie?
Zane Smith in the 38, 2-time Truck Series winner here, having a heck of a day. Just led his first ever laps here at the Daytona 500 and got his first career stage win. A long stop here for the 38.
There's your log jam off pit road, and Carson Hocevar comes off pit road first. Cody Ware will get the free pass and get back on the lead lap.
with Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers. Time for a high-speed race break sponsored by AT&T. We are trackside. Thanks for being with us. The 68th running of the Daytona 500. Get ready for stage 2. Let's take a quick glance at a rather eventful stage 1, and it started on lap 5 after Kyle Busch was on the pole to get things rolling, the fastest Toyota. A tire goes down, a number of 5 cars involved, including William Byron going for that 3rd straight Daytona 500 win.
Yeah, but it didn't hold Byron up. We'll see later on. He had more action right here. Kyle Busch getting extremely loose. We talked about the wind all race long. Bounced off the 6th car, was able to save him.
And then Zane Smith, who started at age 3 racing bicycles and motocross, gets the stage 1 win. By the way, a stage 1 winner in 10 years of stage racing has never won the Daytona 500. But this is a race that we talk about favorites. The underdogs have done well here. Certainly Zane Smith, Chase Briscoe, who's led the most laps, were underdogs coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's a big kick in the pants for Zane Smith. Awesome job by him to stay ahead of him. This car right here, though, this Bass Pro Shops Toyota, I've got my eye on Chase Briscoe. Little sentimental value to me in this car, Chris. I won here in the Daytona 500 with the same sponsor, so when I see that out front, I love it.
That's okay for you to boast about that. That was a terrific moment, and we're learning more and more about managing fuel as we head back up to Mike, Kevin, and Clint.
Thank you, Chris. Number of miscues on pit road during this end of stage pit stop break. Zane Smith came in, had a problem with a wrench in the front end. Now here is John Hunter Nemechek at the bottom of the screen. He's going to lock it up, and big slide. Now he's in the pit box, so it's a legal stop. It's not pretty, but it's legal.
Oh, wait.
Then Ty Gibbs had an issue where they had a loose lug nut, so they stopped in their neighbor's pit, the 11s, and got it tightened up.
And totally legal. You can stop in somebody else's pit box and get that lug nut tight. Jamie?
Well, Mike, you just mentioned the problem for Zane Smith, why it took so long. Here's that wrench that was lodged in the nose. So if anybody's looking for it, we've got it down here in his pit box. And also you mentioned, how about a heads up to these guys, Denny Hamlin. They're the ones that went over the wall, tightened that left front on the 54, getting it done as they watch themselves back here and analyze.
Yeah, apparently Smith picked up that wrench prior to making his pit stop. It was bouncing around, lodged itself in the front fascia of his car. Hopefully no damage.
I got a cool story, Mike. I had a $100 bill after the Texas race on my grill after the race. I got pictures to prove it.
Really?
But you wind up with razor blades, all kinds of crazy stuff stuck in those grills.
All right, we completed the stage with 37 cars on the lead lap. Cody Ware got the free pass. Out of the race, BJ McLeod. Casey Mears 3 laps back. Josh Berry, Jimmy Johnson 1 lap down. As we take the green flag for stage 2. Ford's out front. Blaney, Cindric, and Buescher.
Brogue still on your right. You're clear, even behind. Top tighter right now.
Gotta love Daytona. Austin Cindric leading this race. He started 36th.
Well, really that strategy is what flipped that race for him, being able to stay out on fuel. Now he's got himself positioned up towards the front of the pack, and we're starting to see 3 Fords together on that outside lane. So a few different players at the front of this field compared to what we saw the first half of stage 1.
And, you know, I mean, honestly, that strategy was starting at the back. Enabled him to save that much fuel, and it just worked out with that early caution in their favor.
Let's have a look at today's track facts, sponsored by Ford Racing. Austin Cindric is the most recent Ford winner of the Daytona 500 in 2022. In the 500, since this 7th generation car debuted, Ford has led nearly 60% of all laps, and Ford's won the 500 17 times.
And they do it because of what you just saw on display once again. Saw it in the duels, saw it right there in the first. They work together and they get the job done here at the 500.
And all of those races since 2022, they could have won those too, but they've been at the front of the pack and wrecked. So you just never know where the wreck is going to start. But traditionally, you want to keep yourself positioned up in the front to try to control this race and be in control of your own destiny, but you can wreck right up at the front of the field as well.
I'll tell you one you don't want to get control of this race is that 11 car on the inside with his car that he owns, Bubba Wallace, behind him. 3-time winner of this race.
Or the other car he owns, Tyler Reddick, the 45, right behind him.
Funny how that works, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah, and you got another Toyota right behind Tyler Reddick of Christopher Bell. So we're starting to see some of those manufacturer alliances start to line up, and that's heavily beneficial when you're not having to look in the mirror and try to play defense. So especially when there's strategy involved and so many things that are happening again to start stage 2.
Still grabbing your quarter. You are clear. You are clear.
Denny Hamlin carrying our Toyota racing cam, coming to the front of the Daytona 500, 3-time winner of the Great American Race, sometimes by inches, sometimes by thousandths of a second. But he's the fellow who knows how to get it done.
Well, we all know the story of Denny not being able to get to victory lane on the speedways, or not being as good on the speedways as what he was in the old car with the new Gen 7 car. But I can tell you, he has plenty of experience. He has plenty of knowledge to be able to win these races too in this car. It just hasn't worked out. But Denny Hamlin's a veteran. He's very good on these speedways. He's a student of the sport, very hard on himself, critiques himself, and as you need to do to be able to make yourself better on a week-to-week basis. So Denny's not only a great race car driver, but he works really, really hard to be better.
Missed that. He obviously wants to be on that outside, missed the block there.
To Kevin's point, Denny Hamlin in the Gen 6 car has been a lot more productive here at Daytona versus the current car on the right. 3 wins, 7 top 5s, and a lot of laps led. But it's a new day here in Daytona, and it's Denny Hamlin out front as Bubba Wallace tries the bottom, tries to get alongside. Bubba, 2-time runner-up in the Daytona 500, won the Brickyard last year.
Well, you see Bubba's teammate right behind him, Tyler Reddick, and Bubba Wallace bumper to bumper right there. But you talk about Bubba Wallace going to victory lane at one of our sport's biggest races, and his teammate last year did not. Tyler Reddick needs to have a big year. The expectations are for that car to be in victory lane. Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin put these cars on the racetrack to win and have the funding and people to have those expectations. On board right here with Bubba Wallace and his Xfinity onboard camera.
Now, he told me this morning up in the suite that he'd be driving around one-handed at 185, running about 48 seconds, just kind of loafing along. That doesn't look like loafing to me. He's busy.
Yeah, well, he's been off all winter and used to practice laps and qualifying laps. When a lot of times it catches you off guard when you get into this race, just how much more of a handful it really is, because the pace is picked up, the sun is out, and the wind is blowing. Those cars right now today are a handful to drive.
And Bubba Wallace is a new dad. And he told me one of the greatest things about any race day at all is you come back to the hall, to the bus, and there's your son, and suddenly whatever happened on the racetrack just didn't mean as much as it did before. Pretty awesome. The Wallace is expecting their second child this March. Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin battle for the lead in Daytona. Welcome back to Daytona, where things just get stranger. In the last caution flag, Cody Ware was the free pass car. He got back on the tail end of the lead lap, but that's his. Rick Ware racing number 51 right in the middle of the cars racing for the lead in the Daytona 500. 16 laps later, he has put the whip to it and forged his way all the way to the front.
Big, you know this car right here in the front, Ross Chastain, he ain't scared to do that block, is he, Kev?
Well, and you know, you saw Cody Ware drive all the way to the front of the pack with Kyle Larson pushing him, and I think you were able to recognize that they were able to get all the way to the front, and Justin Allgaier and Ross Chastain said, heck with this, let's go to the front right now while we have an opportunity.
Now, Ware was in a Ford last year. They have switched to Chevrolet this season. So that's 3 Chevys up at the front with Bubba Wallace's Toyota.
So another block to that outside.
Ooh,
watching him manage
that was close.
Let's listen along.
40's down there, very, very bottom. 23's out in front of that 51. Quarter off you, quarter off him. 23-11. 23's clear now, all lanes. He's pushing you. And the 11's half off of him. That bottom's coming back now.
That's Brandon McReynolds, spotter for car number 1. Ross Chastain carrying the Busch Light cam today.
This is where that spotter is vitally important.
Well, this is the first time all week we've seen Ross Chastain up in the front. Down underneath him is Justin Allgaier. Obviously, that's a Junior Motorsports car. Dale and Kelly Earnhardt's car on the racetrack right there, running their one race. Well, what could be the only one race that they run this year with the 40 car, but both of those cars, the 40 car chose to really be cautious in our qualifying races. Now you see that car up in the front of the pack, but Ross Chastain, he hasn't been anywhere to be found this week, so right now leading the pack.
First laps led in the Daytona 500 for Junior Motorsports. Clint, Ross Chastain looked like he was swatting bees behind the wheel there.
Yes, he was. I picked up on that too. Workload is high. That tells me that car was pretty loose, light on its feet, particularly off of 4 and then even through the tri-oval. Bet it is right now too. Big shot from Bubba Wallace from behind.
Regan?
Well, Mike, how about that 40 of Justin Allgaier up leading the pack right now? The team told me earlier today this was part of their strategy. Crew Chief Greg Ives said last year we didn't feel like we were aggressive enough early in the race to really learn the car the way that we wanted to. This was what they wanted to do this year. It's worked out for them to get themselves up there and understand a little bit more about it. Keep in mind also they were involved in that early race first caution. The damage not of concern, just a little bit tight right now.
Now right behind him, that 88 is Connor Zilisch. Probably the most heralded rookie to come to NASCAR Cup Series since Jeff Gordon, as he battles for the lead. Right there in the middle is the 19-year-old first teenage racer in the Daytona 500. Oh, trouble! Around goes Briscoe, Zilisch, Ty Gibbs.
Austin Dillon, big hit into the side of Briscoe. You saw those cars dancing around. We talked about Chastain. Zilisch bounced off that car twice, and I think it kind of got him moving around, and the behind him collected him.
Second caution of the day for cause, not including the caution at the end of stage 1. Chase Briscoe able to drive away after getting sideswiped. There's some splitter damage on Zilich's car.
And you see them putting the air in the side of that car to raise the suspension.
That's the air shocks
will start up in turn 3.
I was right, guys. It starts right here with Connor Zilisch. You watch him. He gets into the side of the 40 once. It happens again, and then Cody Ware behind him. Keep an eye on the stack up. Moving around, car got squirrely, got a little bit loose up off the corner. They touch again. Rest is history. Watch Austin Dillon. Boom! Ooh. Big shot into Briscoe down low.
Looked like Chastain got into Cody Ware and sent them spinning.
You see the 34 car at the end, big hit. And it looked like, I can't tell if Connor was coming up the racetrack to side draft or Justin was going down, but regardless, it stacked him up, and Ross Chastain got into the right front of Cody Ware. And when you hit the right front of these cars, it just immediately hangs a left.
Austin Dillon with nowhere to go.
A lot of damage on a 3 car. A lot of movement with Zilisch. That's the first time Second time, you see him starting to move around, trying to avoid it.
Boy, and if you're Johnny Morris, when you have your cars, what are the odds of your cars running into each other like that?
From Chase Briscoe. Pretty hard hit, even at reduced speed down in the infield grass.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they say about the right front suspension on that car as we're on board with Austin Dillon right here.
Couldn't see him.
Nothing.
Lost him in the smoke, huh?
Nothing he can do about
Right
that.
his lap.
And from Bubba Wallace. Under caution in Daytona, 9 cars involved. Ty Dillon, Justin Allgaier, Ross Chastain, and Cody Ware will leave them onto pit road. Couple of quick fuel only stops, but a lot of drivers taking tires. Pit road a busy place still with 34 cars on the lead lap that come out 5 wide.
Oh, so hectic.
First 9 cars off took no tires. We are under caution for this 9-car pileup that began right up at the front of the field.
it was one of the most challenging things I've ever done, and the amount of driving and seat time, because everyone says, oh, NASCAR, you just turn left or whatever. Not you guys, but like from the outside. Sorry. From the outside. And I look at guys, Juan Montoya was like coming in from F1, coming in from Indy, coming in from dirt track and all this other stuff, and nobody holds a candle to NASCAR drivers on a NASCAR course.
Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour, new episode Tuesdays and Thursdays on your favorite podcast platform.
Yeah, it was fun to. That was our first live show, and we did that right out here in the Midway on Thursday. So Travis Pastrana, obviously such a cool dude, and was in the truck race on Friday night. Had he and Cletus on the show.
Great.
Good time.
Connor Zilic has been in the garage and back out on track. Cody Ware with a long stop. Austin Dillon went to the garage for repairs. So did Chase Briscoe. Now Busch Light's giving away $500 every lap that ends in a 1. That's $20,000 total prize money during the 500. Follow @Busch Beer on social media and enter by commenting #Busch-for-cash, #sweepstakes for your chance to win. Justin Allgaier back out on track. Took left side tires. That's why he's back out in 9th place after coming in up front. Here's the radio.
Love seeing that thing out front. I knew you'd love that. That was pretty awesome. Thanks, Dale. Took me a lot longer to get up there than I wanted for you, but glad we got it. Oh, that was fun to watch the process. Good job.
Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. sure knows what it's like to run up front here. Here's your Arby's cam on board Justin Allgaier, currently 9th as we get ready to go back to green.
There he is.
Biggest race fan in the garage.
Yeah.
That guy absolutely loves racing. Fun to see that car on the racetrack and all the effort and everything that they put into this number 40 car.
So Josh Berry gets the free pass. We will restart with 35 cars on the lead lap. Here's our aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear. Legends aren't born, they're proven.
All right, Larry Mack. Stage is set. The end of this stage, what are you thinking?
You just watch that stopwatch. Business going to pick up. Everybody can easily make it to the end now, to the end of stage 2.
Music to my ears, buddy.
Look at all the breakup at the front of the field. Not going to be easy for drivers to find their manufacturer friends at this stage in the race.
Yeah, right now you're going to have to make some new friends. You're going to have to push whatever's around you, and I think this will give us a very good idea of what the end of this race could look like when it gets down to it, and everybody's just going for everything that they can to put themselves in a position to win.
Pace car is in. Austin Dillon and Chase Briscoe in the garage as we restart.
Kevin, by now, usually in this race, I've kind of figured out what line that I want to be in and try to dictate, you know, my group or the scenario that direction. Have you got a line figured out that you want to be in yet, high or low?
Well, I think a lot of it just depends on the handling and the characteristics of your car. I think if you're tight, you're going to want to run center up the racetrack just to give yourself some more distance and not have to worry about somebody up on the outside of you and sliding that front end into the car. So it really depends on how the handling of your car is affecting how you have to drive it as to where you want to run.
These guys are wanting to try this third lane. Here we go.
Now you see that middle lane right there, fill that hole really quick, but this is going to be an aggressive 38 laps. There's going to be some guys that want to race all the way to the end of the stage, and some guys are just going to want to protect their cars at the back.
Impressive pushing from the 11, Denny Hamlin. He was on his bumper off the corner all the way down the straightaway. Cars fast, ladies and gentlemen. Very good at pushing. That is hard to do. Usually those things come attached. When you bump them, they'll drive off from you. Not the case with him.
Yeah, and the key to being a good pusher like Denny Hamlin just did that last lap is just controlling that distance to the car in front of you, knowing that you want to attach yourself off the corners so that you can push them all the way down the straightaway. And then right here, you see him detach just a little bit, trying to get himself, whether he's got some handling issues or just loses speed. But the key is trying to get yourself attached to that back bumper. But right there, Austin Cindric up beside him and kind of pulled him back.
Larry Mack, you were right. Look at these lap times. Business is picking up.
40's off of you by one. One back top.
Forges ahead on the inside with help from Chris Buescher. Ryan Blaney, 3 Fords lined up on the bottom. Chevy, Toyota, Chevy in the middle. Here comes the Ford up on top of Zane Smith. Brad Keselowski's there. And Corey Heim.
Now watch this. He's way out front. Chastain, your leader, is going to have moves coming on both sides. Those lanes are going to start coming. How about Chris Buescher starting dead last in this race, ladies and gentlemen, pushing that inside lane.
In a backup car, number 17.
Yeah, when those cars are 3 wide like that, it takes a lot for the inside or outside lane to be able to break away. What you see right now is that 38 car up on the top right there. He's been consistently up front since that strategy flipped his way.
Closing in on halfway in the Daytona 500. Ross Chastain from Alva, Florida, out front in his Chevrolet. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance, revving up the savings on home and auto insurance. Right close to halfway, here's your Progressive race summary. Ross Chastain, the most recent of 17 different leaders, 26 lead changes, 35 of the 41 starters still on the lead lap, 3 caution flags, just 17 caution laps. Third most lead changes all time at the halfway point in the 500 today.
Well, Clint, we've had a lot of questions about the Trackhouse cars. We saw them qualify in the middle of the pack. We've talked about the personnel changes that they've had this year. And right now you see Ross Chastain and Shane Van Gisbergen at the front of this field. So good showing so far for Trackhouse Racing.
Another good block. That management of these runs, so crucial to staying up front, keeping that track position.
Here's Regan.
Well, Mike, how about that 17 car of Chris Buescher running up there in the second position right now? That backup car was actually a fortunate break for them that they had to go to it. They felt like it was going to be a better car than if they would have repaired the primary that was damaged on Thursday. Last night on Saturday's practice, they went out and practiced because of the air temp, and that paid dividends. Right now, one of the few drivers I've heard that has not said a word about handling issues. He loves that 17 car.
Well, he might have had a word to say that lap because he and Ryan Blaney got together.
I'm on board with you.
Well, we talked about a lot of guys that sat out practice yesterday, and we sat up in this booth and talked about the conditions and the temperature. And today, we see a lot of those cars that are around the front that were out on the racetrack. We know Kyle Busch wasn't out there. Kyle Larson wasn't out there. But I got to believe that the longer these runs go, like we saw in the first run, the more you're going to see those handling issues and need to make some adjustments, because right now the cloud cover has come in,
which I would think would make that handling better, right? You would think the track could be cooler, have a little bit more grip, but I agree with you. Since we've been in this Gen 7 car coming to Daytona, we've been covering this, Mike. I have never seen these cars this light on their feet. I think that's a good thing for the fans watching this thing. These guys are on edge.
Well, here's one we didn't expect. We all know Shane Van Gisbergen, the New Zealander, is NASCAR's current best road racer. But did we expect him to be leading the Daytona 500 on a super speedway? Here he is.
Well, we've seen him up front at Talladega on occasion. We saw some top 10s out of his car at the end of the year on ovals. And I think that we have seen steady improvement from Shane. I think the big question was, where was the speed in the cars in qualifying? And were they knocking some speed out of the cars to make their cars handle good? And now we've got that answer. The speed looks okay, and the handling must be right along with that.
Now, last year he was number 88. He's carrying his dad's number 97, a number he used in Australia and New Zealand to win 80 championship races. So happy to have that good luck charm back on the side of his car.
And for me, being a fan of NASCAR, I wanted to see this out of him. Yeah, we knew he was dominant on the road courses, but I wanted to see him prove his value behind the wheel of that thing on these super speedways, intermediates, and short tracks. And so far, a lot better.
The one thing I will say about Shane is his racing IQ super high. He's a studier. He understands what he wants in the race car. He understands what he's talking about with the race car, and he wants to learn. He's got a great teammate in Ross Chastain that has been here for a long time. Connor Zilic will be a great teammate, but he hasn't been here for a long time. But Ross really helps both of these guys be able to understand what's going on, and they both lean on Ross a ton with his experience.
I want you to keep an eye on the 8 car. Your pole sitter pushing Larson right here to the front, trying to inch past that outside line. Not necessarily happy with the handling of that car. A little bit light on his feet, said it's kind of squirrely in traffic, but man, he's holding a pretty wheel and keeping that thing up front. Track position is key.
Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch leading the 2 lines around Daytona. Chris Stapleton up on the pit box with Dale Earnhardt Jr. today. 104 of 200 laps complete. Well, if you're missing football, here's your answer. The United Football League is back this spring with a new season of real pro football. It all kicks off March 27th on Fox. Here in Daytona, 92 laps to go when they come to the line. Kyle Busch, pole sitter for the 500, fastest qualifier here Wednesday night. 21st try to win the Great American Race, and he's in command.
Well, he wants it. Told us in the pre-race. This is his shot. Fast hot rod they brought him. His time to shine. 21 years.
And he's got a great pusher right behind him with Ryan Blaney, keeping him up at the front of the pack. Obviously, it takes a fast race car to put yourself up there, but one of the best in the business at pushing right behind him in the 12. On board right here with Ryan Blaney and his Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera. See him working that wheel, Clint. He was one of the ones that we were noticing in practice when he would go into the corner. He'd either hold the wheel straight or he'd have to make a little correction to the right, being edgy, maybe a little bit loose.
If I was a crew chief and needed a driver to be able to hold on to a loose car, something that I know has speed, and I need a driver to be able to do that, it's this driver right here, Ryan Blaney.
190 miles an hour, driving closer together than you parked your car last night. Richard Childress Racing with Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon in this year's 500 just surpassed 1,000 laps led in Daytona 500s. Third most team all time for laps led.
Well, we know how important this year is to RCR, Kyle Busch, to get things started off on the right foot. We know that they haven't been to victory lane a couple times, and we know that Kyle Busch is capable of being a winning race car driver. And they got to concentrate on getting their cars back where they needed to be. Well, they've got the thing off on the right foot, but now he's on this list to the right, and he wants his name taken off of the list of active champions without a Daytona 500.
Look how many of them on that list are right up front. We said it in the pre-race. Kevin, that's one thing we did agree on. I think it's a champion that's going to win this race today. It might be one of those three right there.
Well, Kyle Busch clearly is tired of answering the question, is it if or is it when for winning the 500?
There is nothing worse. When are you going to win a race? When are you going to win the Daytona 500? And he's kept his cool pretty good this week. Even on the set this morning during the pre-race show, he was still pretty together, wouldn't you say, Clint?
Yeah, I agree with that. But I mean, it takes me right back to the two behind him, Blaney and Larson, both champions. They're earlier in their career than Kyle Busch, right? They don't have the 21 years of trying conversation, but they want this race. Both of them have been so close so many times. Across the white flag, both of them have been in the catbird seat, all three of those cars, and just haven't been able to capitalize and have the right moment so far, but I think today's the day.
Well, you look on the outside, on the top lane, you got Kyle Larson, our defending champion, two-time Cup Series champion, not won this race.
Yeah.
You know, and that has to start bothering you, and all these guys are in a little bit different position, but when you've won the championship, it's still a pretty big deal because of the magnitude of what the Daytona 500 means by itself.
Yeah, but when you do that, you run out of things to chase, out of rabbits to chase, out of things you want. He wants his 500, doesn't have it. And he hasn't even had a top 5 here. That is just hard to believe.
That's mind-blowing.
Out of a driver's caliber like the 5 car and that Kyle Larson.
It is surprising. His best finish in this race is 7th.
Wild.
Coming to 17 laps to go in stage 2. A pair of Chevrolets, Busch and Larson leading the field. Tonight, the Simpsons make history again. It's the 800th episode on an all-new animation domination. And it all starts tonight at 8, 7 Central on Fox. Bart Simpson was the honorary starter for the 500 earlier today. Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch. It's the Kyle and Kyle show at the front. Two fast Chevrolets. They have been holding the field at bay. Looks there like Ryan Blaney is one who wants to get this show moving a little more forward, a little faster.
Yeah, and when they want to get this show moving, the only way to do that is to be more aggressive and see Ryan Blaney shoot that 8 car out and kind of leaves that 11 car of Denny Hamlin behind, and they chose to go to the top lane.
Now we're lining up for stage points. Top 10 drivers will get points at the end of stage 2, 12 laps from now.
Well, we know how much points matter. All the way through the season this year, NASCAR changed back to the chase format, so you want to get all the points that you can right here in stage 2 if you can get them.
Right, no more win and you're in. It's the total points after 26 races that determine the drivers who will drive in the 10-race chase for the championship.
Larson wanted to get down to the bottom in front of Denny, thought better of it, stayed in line so far on the outside. Got some good help behind him, SVG and Chastain, 2 teammates.
Yeah, SVG's doing a great job. I don't think we've been able to cover his super speedway racing much, but he's doing a great job right there behind Kyle Larson.
I just feel like that outside line has the momentum. It seems like the inside line kind of has that slinky effect and loses momentum and their ability to move forward.
Especially this late in the run, as the cars start to handle a little bit worse.
You see Busch go down there and he'll slow that lane down, but he wants to be right up there in that outside and stay in line.
5 Chevys, 3 Fords, 2 Toyotas in the top 10 right now. Closing in on the end of this stage.
11 to go, though. It's probably not time. I'm going to ride right here. I want to just obviously hold suit right here, and then hopefully 2 to 3 to go, start making my moves and go with the momentum if the opportunity presents.
They're going to lap past Connor Zillage, 4 laps down after crash damage. Chase Briscoe back on track, 12 laps back, but still in it. Still to pile up points and get the best finish they can.
Still see that 40 car right there of Justin Allgaier. Covered it a little bit earlier, but he hasn't gone anywhere. He's been consistently just sitting right there, and the guy right behind him, Bubba Wallace.
Six times Bubba's led the 500, 2 runner-up finishes. Told me this morning, you've got to get yourself in a position to win. Then you got to find friends.
Continue to see Kyle Busch switch lanes and doing a great job of controlling the front of this race and the lines as they get to him.
Well, he kind of keeps that slinky effect happening on the bottom, and as he gets them slowed up and creates that, he'll move right back to the momentum on the outside. You know, might just choose the middle right here. Here he goes back up.
Well, they're pretty close right there this time, Clint. They're all the way. Denny Hamlin's all the way beside Kyle Busch this time through turns 3 and 4.
And if you look on back through that bottom lane, look, hey, he's going to move up and do the same thing. I want some of that. Whoa, really close on the inside with Blaney.
You're about 2 in your mirror. 8 to go here. 8.
But if you look, that inside line got a lot more formed all the way throughout. Fixed all those gaps. You see that? Now all of a sudden they'll be able to prevail.
Now look, 3rd car on the inside who's fought his way back up into the group again. 34 Todd Gilliland. He was involved in that wreck back at lap 86, but he's come right back up into the front 5 to challenge for stage points here.
And Blaney wanted around that 8 car, didn't wait on it anymore, took it.
Zane Smith down to the bottom, makes a 3rd lane. Will he have any help?
Well, that was a super aggressive move, Mike. You saw the back of that car kind of wiggle around a little bit. He pulled it out of line so hard.
I love this angle where you can really see the momentum shifts go from the outside to the inside.
Oh, goes Allgaier around, and he takes Gilliland with him, and they pile up behind him.
Denny Hamlin pulled up in front of him, wasn't clear, not clear. A little bit lackadaisical, it looked like to me, on his block to the outside. We'll have to go back and look.
And there's the big one, folks. Just a consequence of super speedway racing at Daytona when things go wrong. Oh, Shane Van Gisbergen's car stopped. Not sure how much damage there. Alex Bowman, runner-up in the 500 2 years ago. Heavy front-end damage there. I think that's Gilliland trailing a lot of smoke. Austin Cindric was in it. Might have been half the field involved here.
Okay, a couple things. Look at the front of the field, and as this progresses, you see Allgaier in the lead. Starts to get out there quite a bit with a big run coming with Hamlin. You see how he's pulling it out there all by himself. Those two cars got door to door. Now here they come. He's dead in the water. Leaves a half a lane open and tries a little bit lazy with that block up. Then he tried to squeeze in there. It didn't work. A lot of cars tore up in this one, guys. See William Byron getting hit again and around the outside. Logano's in there. Big hit with Bowman.
Gilliland's 34 got hit at least 3 different times.
You see right there, I mean, once Hamlin gets in that position and goes for it on the outside, now he's got them all stacked up behind him and he's pushing. The 40 is a little bit slow with that block. That's all it takes. Happens that fast.
Here's the Hunt brothers on board from Joey Logano. And from Denny Hamlin, the Toyota Racing Cam. And the Arby's cam on board Justin Allgaier. Seventeen cars pile up in the big one at Daytona. Heavy damage to Kyle Larson trying to win his first 500. 20 cars are involved in this pileup as it began with the leader in a 2-lane draft. And there is Justin Allgaier's car being hauled to the garage area. Alex Bowman. Now they can repair these cars in the garage, bring them back on racetrack if they're able. There is a NASCAR procedure for that. Right now, the only car officially out of the race is B.J. McLeod. Justin Allgaier talking it over with the track crew here. We have his audio.
Well, I thought I said outside, but yeah, I don't know. No, you said it. You said it. Because I was trying to tell you, like, he's got to come off the throttle to stay connected better, and then he got so far out there, and then, I mean, you were still spotting him, and he said outside, and he went up there.
Conversation between crew chief Greg Ives and spotter Joey Meyer.
Well, I think that this is an aggressive move by Denny Hamlin in a tight spot, but he's there and he's getting a good run. And they were just talking about the 40 getting too far out, but Justin just comes up the racetrack, and that's really what starts this wreck.
Too little, too late.
Todd Gilliland, the first victim there in the number 34 Ford. A couple of cars scoot through, but most everybody else is caught up in this.
Yeah, this right here is why you pull back on the racetrack if you're Chase Briscoe, trying to get points. You never know who else is going to fall out of this thing.
All right, we will roll under caution to the end of stage number 2. Bubba Wallace will be the second stage winner over Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, John Hunter Nemechek, and Riley Herbst after a 20-car pileup that begins right here at the front of the field. Most of the crashes this speed week have been right toward the front of the field. if not from the very front. And the carnage extends all the way back in the draft.
Well, this is definitely not a new problem. We've seen it this weekend. The first one that we showed, I caused that one, spinning Tyler Reddick out. So it is definitely a product of what has always been here with the old car, more so with this new car. But you see right here again, tight hole right there for Denny Hamlin. But, you know, I think Justin Allgaier heard the spotter and the crew chief talking about telling him outside, and just a little late on getting up there and leaving too much space. And I think some of that is just not racing this car all the time. Different style of racing, different pace of everything is happening as we ride on board with Kyle Larson.
Oh, that second hit into Austin Cindric, the one that did all the damage to the right front there.
Yeah, but the fender's still on it right there. When he rolled around, I mean, you got to try to stay on the lead lap. But you can see it right there. It's on there. So when he pulled around there, the tire blew out and ripped the whole fender and half the nose off. That's the one that's problematic for trying to get the thing repaired and be a factor for the end of this thing. I would think that that's enough damage to probably take the win scenario out of the 5 car.
And that last shot really shows what happens when you're at 185 miles an hour and right on the very edge of control.
It just doesn't take much. And, you know, we see one car up the racetrack hit another car, both of them into the wall, and then they just become out of control as you're trying to slow down and save those cars. And the impacts from front bumper to back bumper and cars shooting everywhere. So bad timing right there and a lot of cars involved.
Now 7-time champ Jimmy Johnson will get the free pass, get back on the lead lap. I had kidded him this morning. He's got an interesting driver coach with him, Dario Franchitti, hanging with Jimmy. They're having a lot of fun together. And here's one of his cars, the Pie Barker onboard camera for Jimmy Johnson, Legacy Motor Club, teamed with John Hunter Nemechek, the 4th place car, and Eric Jones currently in 16th.
This is that scenario that we talk about when they pull out there and you've lost your dancing partner. Now it's time to reevaluate, find who's left, and see if she'll dance with you.
So they'll take the green and white checkered flag, officially ending stage 2 as they come around this time. Bubba Wallace will pick up the stage win, his first at Daytona for the 2-time 500 runner-up. And you saw him in that crash sequence from Thursday night where he said, one moment I'm leading the race and the next moment I'm facing backwards in the back straightaway.
And that's how it works at these super speedway races. You can think you're having a great day and all of a sudden there's one moment and you think you're going to miss the crash, and all of a sudden that car that was going right hangs a left and boom, right into his door. So it can change so quickly on these super speedway races as to what your fate is.
Saving fuel under caution by shutting it off. Only once has a stage winner won the Daytona 500 since we instituted stage racing. That was Denny Hamlin in 2020.
Right here. Stage winner, KMD. Yeah. Shove.
10 points. Hey, that could loom large as we get toward race 26 and determine which drivers will race in the chase for the championship.
Every point matters, Clint, even if you don't want to say so. They all matter.
Yeah, I know he acted like it wasn't that big a deal, but he'll be glad that that happened here in a few months. Start winding things down and the money gets on the line. I tell you what, we've got some consistency though. Blaney's been up front consistent. Nemechek, believe it or not, has been up front with that Toyota. And Kyle Busch is still hanging tough right there in the top 5. Keep an eye on those 3.
How about the Thunderbirds Jets in the ball field grass there as we watch from our aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear. Tried, tested, proven, legendary. Packed infield. All those camper spaces full, all of Clint's rowdy friends.
And they have been rowdy.
There's the Firebird 1. That was a Harley Earl designed GM show car, a blend of automotive and jet age technology in the mid-1950s. Harley Earl was the chief stylist of General Motors and a great friend of NASCAR founder Bill France. That's the Firebird logo on the nose. the GM Air Transport Service logo on the rudder. And that particular car right there, which had a great life on the show circuit and experimental, became the basis for the Harley Earl Trophy that every driver has chased at Daytona since 1957.
It's a beautiful car. You get up close to it, and the history is just real. You feel it. Awesome race car. There it is.
And that's the trophy you want your name on. When you look at that trophy and all the names that are on it, it is the who's who of NASCAR racing.
All right, stage 2 is complete. Pit road is open, and they should all be in, Josh.
And we start with Tyler Reddick. He's had a quiet day so far coming into pit right here. They're going to do 4 tires and fuel. They're going to take a couple extra seconds just to make sure there's no damage on that 45 car after escaping through that wreck. Regan?
12 of Ryan Blaney expected to have a little bit longer stop here as well. They want to make sure there's no small holes or anything in the nose of that car as well. Bubba Wallace in the 23 been fairly pleased, just a little bit too tight as the runs go on, Jamie.
Kyle Busch was the pole sitter for this race. Right front fender is cracked that they could see, but no fender rubs. They're going to take a little bit of extra time here, put Barabon on the hood and tape that down as you see him looking at it. Taking extra time here, Mike.
Everybody getting Goodyear tires and filling up with Sunoco race fuel with Poet zero carbon bioethanol. Getting ready for the 3rd and final stage of the Daytona 500. Bubba Wallace, your stage 2 winner.
Live from Daytona International Speedway, time for a race break presented by Arby's. 42 lead changes, 19 different leaders. We have completed stage 2 with Jamie McMurray, former Daytona 500 winner. I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for staying with us. And as you could expect, who survives, right? That's what Kyle Busch told us when the day started. Survive the chaos, you'll have a chance to win. And so far, we've had a number of wrecks. 28 cars have actually been involved in total. We start out, and William Byron going for that three-peat. There were 6 cars involved in this on lap 5.
Yeah, BJ McLeod had some sort of suspension break, and then just a few laps later, look at this save by Kyle Busch, actually with an assist from Brad Keselowski just on his inside. Both of those cars were able to go on.
Zane Smith, his first stage win in a Ford as he closed out stage 1. And then in stage 2, more trouble. 9 cars involved in this crash. Late in stage 2, the big one so far, the record, by the way, and the Daytona 500, 23 cars involved in one wreck. We had 20 involved in this one, and Chase Briscoe is still your lap leader, although he's 12 laps down. Bubba Wallace wins stage 2. He does have a couple of second place Daytona 500 finishes, but not a victory. Based on what you've seen and what remains, what are you thinking?
I want to survive right now, Chris. Oh my Lord, about 70% of the cars have some sort of damage, and we'll know in the next 20 laps or so how severe that damage is on the cars. You know, a lot of times it looks bad, it doesn't drive bad. Other times it doesn't look that bad, and the car's undrivable. Bubba Wallace, so great position there, missed that wreck. He's really good at these type tracks. That'd be huge to see him win at Daytona 500. And then his teammate right behind him, second that stage, Corey Heim, has been really good all day long as well.
Yeah, and we've had weather. There is rain moving into the area in the next hour. Will it be a factor? Is there more of a sense of urgency? Let's see what our guys think with the race picks presented by Arby. Mike?
All right, Clint, you're up.
It's my turn first?
Sure.
Shouldn't give this one to me, guys. It's an automatic. It's the 12 car. I'm staying with him, Ryan Blaney.
Well, we've started that way today, so Team 12.
Be part?
Oh, yeah.
I can't
You
believe
staying on board?
this. Nope.
What?
Well, 21 years of trying for Kyle
like it.
Busch.
I
You
already
know what?
know.
I don't know how he's going to get back to front, but he could find a way to do it. And if he does, I think it'd be a very popular win.
I agree. I'd be happy for you. Good pick.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just depends on how much damage he has with that car. As
True.
he just came off a pit road again.
All right, we'll see. Those are our picks. 1 to go to begin stage 3. Bubba Wallace, Corey Heim, the rookie and Truck Series champion. Zane Smith, Chris Buescher in that backup car. He's done a tremendous job with that car today. Currently in 4th place. And we got a bunch of drivers topping off here on this last caution lap before we go green.
Larry, why would they be doing that? Is this weather starting to become a thing? Are we going to start strategizing around this?
The reason they're pitting right there, topping off, once again, go back to the top of the show. When they do make a stop, shortening that stop up because they got a little more fuel in there.
Working backwards, putting themselves in a position to have a full tank now, giving up the track position now. Hopefully on that last pit stop, you gain by having to put less fuel in your car for the very end of the race, which means less time on pit road.
All right, here's Corey Heim's radio.
All right, Corey, I want you to hold your position. I want you to hold your position using as little throttle as possible, but I do not want to run 40% and float back halfway. You do all you can to stay where you're at with as little throttle as you can.
Now remember,
Kevin,
this
yeah.
3rd stage is 5 laps longer than the previous 2 stages.
I'm going to put you up front, hold all these guys behind you, but I need you to do it part throttle. How are you going to do it?
Well, that's a great question because it's not very easy.
You're going to get wide.
Now Busch Light's giving away $500 with every lap that ends in a 1. That's $20,000 total during the Daytona 500. Follow @BuschBeer on social media. Enter by commenting #Busch-for-cash, #sweepstakes for your chance to win.
That's in about 6 laps.
Yes.
7 laps.
And then every 10 laps thereafter. Wallace and Heim in Toyotas, Smith and Buescher in Fords, Herbst and Bell in Toyotas, Custer is the first Chevrolet in 7th, Berry, Elliott, Keselowski the top 10. 31 cars on the lead lap as we go green for stage 3.
Do not sleep on Chris Buescher. That 17 car, backup car all the way from dead last. Always a good drafter, very fast race car, right where he needs to be.
Pretty much a whole new group of players up in the front since we had that accident. Now, we may see some of those guys cycle back forward, but Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher has been up there every once in a while. Bubba Wallace has been up there, but the rest of those guys are all new to the front of this pack.
Glad you said Bubba Wallace, twice a bridesmaid, been second here. Can he get the job done today? Be a big win for him. And 23-11. Boss man here.
And we saw right at the end of coming to 1 to go, a lot of cars went on the pit road, as you mentioned, Mike, and we talked about the fuel. But they gave up a lot of track position. Our pick, Ryan Blaney, who we think is going to win this
where we
race,
at, Kev?
Well, he was on pit road, getting that tank full of gas.
Blaney is 17th.
I see him slicing and dicing back there in the back. Went from the outside to the inside, in the middle there. Haven't heard much of Bell. See him on the outside.
Well, tell me, how is Heim supposed to save any fuel when he's racing for the lead?
Well, I'm going to show you. We're going to look at these lap times. Give me another couple laps here. We'll look at some lap times, and I will be able to tell you if he's saving or holding these guys off wide open. I'm going to tell you right now, we're wide open. Well, all right. I might stand corrected. I'm fine with that. Larry telling me he's about 60-65%, exactly what Booty told him.
Yeah,
47-19. We've seen him in the 46s, so that makes sense, right?
Well, the quick lap right now has been a 46.4, but right now you have a Toyota on leading each lane right now. So a lot of strategy that's going to go into this. You got the rain coming. You know that you need to come to pit road. You want to save some fuel and see how far you can go in case it rains. It can get really confusing at this point, but we'll see how it all shakes out.
For all you Denny Hamlin fans worried if that damage was a lot, look at that fourth car on the inside. It's him.
All right, instead of showing you a car commercial, we're going to stay right here for commercial-free racing from Daytona. We're going to go Toyota all out. Wallace, Bell, and Heim at the front of the 3 lanes. Here's Jamie.
Corey Heim in his first Daytona 500, a 12-time winner and champion in the Truck Series last year. He was discovered by Toyota back in 2020. The kid stood out in all ways, on track and off track. His first time here, and he has not done anything wrong. He qualified on time the other night. He has been studying, working with his teammates, and here he is battling for the lead in his first 500.
Riley Herbst right with him, in line on the bottom.
Well, here's the thing about Corey Heim. He won 12 truck races last year. He didn't win that many the year before, but he won a bunch. And we've seen him in this Cup car before. They don't have anything full time for him, which blows my mind because of the fact that he's ready to do exactly what he's doing on Sunday, and that's running at the front of Cup races. So he's going to take advantage of these 12 races that he's got in this Cup car this year and everything else here and there.
I think he's going to impress.
This is where he belongs, racing right here on Sunday.
Proving it.
Talented young driver, and I agree. It's kind of a shame he doesn't have a full-time ride in anything this year, but of course that will change. Now here's some Bubba Wallace audio. That's Bubba, front row middle.
It's honestly fine. If it's the 20, it's up to you if you want to cover it. 20 can have the top. 20 can have the top. We can stay middle, just cover 3 with Toyota instead of opening the middle up for the 17.
Managing all this traffic at 182 miles an hour. All right, thanks to Toyota for that all-out racing segment. Denny Hamlin's had a significant impact on Toyota racing throughout his career. Here's what that 20-year legacy means to him.
Yeah, I've been part of some of the big milestone victories. The 200th Toyota win. I'm the winningest driver in Toyota history. While I really cherish that title, I hope that it gets broken one day. They've got some great young guys coming up through the ranks. You know, it's such a great feeling to be part of this family and something I definitely don't take for granted.
Denny Hamlin currently in 12th place.
Well, how do you manage this? It's safe fuel, Kevin, if you're on the front row. You put all three of them up front, and whoa, those lines up. All three Camrys on the front row. That's exactly how you can manage and slow the field down and preserve fuel.
Yeah, and if I'm the 17 and Chris Buescher, I'm trying to get up right on the back bumper of those guys and try to push them as hard as I can. But it looks like they're content to try to, save fuel and do the things that they need to do as well. So, but it's not easy.
Well, look what it does, though. You can see that they're doing that because the pack is gridlocked all the way back through there. Look over to lap times, 48.90. That's a second off of where they were before. We know we've seen the pack do a 46, way off the pace right there. So great management of collecting all three cars 3 wide on the front row and slowing this pack down.
And here's, the old trick where you're supposed to be rubbing your belly and your head at the same time, and if you can do all that, well, typically you're just driving straight ahead and trying to hold the thing wide open. But when you start having to look in the mirror, drive straight, and manage that throttle to try to save fuel, and you add that extra link in there, I think you'd struggle with that.
Well, I wish everybody could have seen you struggling with it, trying to explain that right there.
But my point is, it just adds another
100%.
layer to everything that's going on when you're used to doing one thing, because you're having to look backwards as much as you are forward to make sure that those guys aren't just going to be on that back bumper too hard and spin you out. So the strategy of all these savings is really, really difficult to do from a driver's standpoint.
Well, earlier, Jamie Little caught up with Michael Jordan and talked to him about having 4 horses with a chance to win this race.
You have 4 horses out there. How do you keep tabs on all 4 for 500 miles?
I'll be watching. I will. I'll be changing the channel, listening quite a bit. I mean, we got a couple of young kids that are learning. We got a couple of veterans that are going to be up front. But I think we have a good team. We have good leaders. And hopefully one of the 4. I take any one of the 4 to win. But I want to see us at the end, all 4 cars, which is very difficult, especially at a race like this. You just need to avoid the big one. But if we can put ourselves in a good position, that's all I can ever ask for.
Well, 2 of those cars are up front with Heim and Wallace leading this pack.
Check this out. This is exactly what Larry Mack was telling us. Look at the management and the savings that is. That's half throttle, folks, backing this pack up.
Yeah, and I think that one of the other hard things that's really difficult when you talk about looking in the mirror, trying to control the pace, trying to make sure your foot is in the right spot. You've got a number on your dash. This percentage right here is on your dash. And so not only are you trying to look in the mirror, you're trying to look at the dash and manage that number, because you know that this could make or break winning the Daytona 500 if you don't put yourself in the right spot. So difficult from the driver's standpoint to be able to manage all the details of things that are going on to put you in the right spot to have a chance to win.
$55 laps to go. We'll start crunching some numbers, and when we come back, give you an idea of what you can expect should this race stay green, when pit stops might fall. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Busch Light. Race for the mountains. Enjoy responsibly. 52 laps to go. One more pit stop. And still 3 Toyotas now. Bubba Wallace, Corey Heim, and Christopher Bell holding the field at bay. Busch Light giving away $20,000 in total prize money during the 500. Follow at Busch Beer on social media. Enter by commenting hashtag Busch Dash for cash, hashtag sweepstakes for your chance to win big. Jimmy Johnson there, creeping up into the top, close to the top 10, 14th right now, after getting the free pass back at lap 124.
Yeah, and we saw Jimmy. He's been the test pilot this week. He's taken his time, trying to put himself in a position to be a contender in this one late in the race. So we've seen him. He was third in the 500.
Yeah, last year. Third.
Last year.
Yep. Two-time Daytona 500 winner. 2 cars right behind Jimmy. Here's A.J. Allmendinger, our Celsius onboard cam, on board his colleague Chevrolet.
Clear up behind the 12 if you want.
And Eric Jones, the Advent Health Cam, on board his number 43. Saw Richard Petty, the king, earlier. Fellow who made that number famous with 7 Daytona 500 victories. So Bell, Wallace, Heim with Toyota. Cole Custer, the 41. Haas factory team. Remember, they were Ford last year. They are Chevrolet this year, and they are the highest Chevrolet in this race. Here's his radio.
We need to try to save a little more here. Center off. So whatever you can do there. I'm going to give up spots to do that, probably.
I don't think you're giving up any spots. There's nowhere to go.
Right behind him, Ryan Preece, who led a lot of laps on Thursday night and kind of helped dictate this fuel-saving strategy, because when he led nearly 25 laps of Thursday's race under green, his stop was several seconds longer than everybody else, and he fell from contention. And of course, everyone took notice.
And he hasn't been in contention today, but I think with all the carnage, I think this race to win is wide open. And you know, we know that Ryan said that he struggled after that car wreck to get the speed out of it that he wanted. So with everything that's happened, I really think that this race has the potential to have anybody win it.
And I'm glad you said that, Kevin. I was trying to do some homework here. All right, Chevrolet started with 19 cars. By far the winner of the strength in numbers, right? Toyota 11, Ford 11. Now you've basically got 13 Chevrolets out there, 9 Toyotas, and 8 Fords. Much more even across the board, and an even as playing field, as you say.
And some of those Chevrolets are torn up. So, you know, I think as you look towards the front of this pack, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. You see 6 of the Toyotas in the top 13, and you've got a few Fords.
That's what I'm saying.
A couple of Chevys.
The Chevrolets by far.
They took the biggest hit.
That's right.
Well, as we look at the lap times and the laps to go, Larry Mack's calculator's been burning overtime.
Mike, I don't have a playbook. It's more like an encyclopedia right now, because the window is open. They're coming to 47 to go. The window's open should we get a caution. But if we stay green, remember, most everybody pitted at lap 131, several topped off at 133, 134. With the way they're running the throttle right now, you should be able to go somewhere between 15 to 20 to go should we stay green. So why are they saving fuel right here? I do think they want to run it long, but I go back to the same theme we've had all day long. The more you save, the shorter that last trip to pit road will be. And a little update on the weather, it's about 1/3 of the way across the state of Florida right now. I think we're good to go.
Okay. This is the narrowest part of the Florida Peninsula, Larry. I hope you're right. 47 laps to go. 21 different leaders, but in 7 of the last 9 500s, the eventual winner didn't lead the race until just now. You're looking at 25 cars covered by just 1 second on the racetrack. That's how close it is in this Daytona 500. Even the last car on the lead lap is only 1.8 seconds off the lead, with 43 to go.
Well, it's quite the sight to see, and so many different elements to digest here as we get towards the end of this race. And you just hope that your driver is doing a good job and you're calculating everything that you need to correctly. Josh?
Well, Justin Allgaier's day comes to an end too early. You had a chance to see it back. What was your takeaway from what happened there?
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to take 100% responsibility for that one. I hate it for everybody that got caught up in it. You know, it just really stinks. I felt like our number 40 Traveler Whiskey Chevrolet was incredible all day, and Greg Ives and this whole team have done a phenomenal job on building a race car that we felt like could come here and not only run up front but lead laps. And you know, I got to the top there, and I watched the run coming on the top with Denny, and I thought he was gonna push. I felt like that the lane was closed up just enough that he wouldn't try to go out there. And when I realized he was going to go out there, it was just too late. And once we kind of, the air just got on the right rear spoiler, it just kept me turning to the right. And I hate it for everybody that got caught up in it, because it wasn't what we wanted. But hats off to Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kelly Earnhardt Miller, everybody at Junior Motorsports for this opportunity, to have Traveler Whiskey back, have Chris Stapleton here. It was great to be out front and lead the Daytona 500, and all of our partners, the Hendrick Engine Shop, and we had big power today, and that was really what it came down to. So we'll go back, I'll regroup, I'll watch this video back a lot and really try to figure out what I could have done better. And I hated that everybody got torn up, like I said, but I'm going to take a lot of solace in the fact that we had a fast race car and we were going to the front.
Thanks, Justin.
That's Josh at the Advent Health Care Center. All right, 41 laps to go. In 2016, Denny Hamlin was 25th at this point in the race. He ended up in victory lane.
All right, Larry, I got a question for you. We're going around here. We know what's happening. It's just like a horse race. We got the reins pulled back on them, especially with these three Camrys holding everybody up, saving fuel for this last stop. My question is, if everybody's on that same strategy of trying to make that last stop the shortest, these guys in the back are never going to be able to get to track position. It's going to put pressure on the drivers to get in the pit road, don't slide the tires in and out of the box, all of that. But don't you think some of these guys with no track position are going to try to gamble here and get in front of those guys? I mean, if you follow the leader, that's what you're doing, right?
No, Clint, it's a fair question, and I totally agree with what you're saying, but it's going to take 6, 7, or 8 cars to be on that page, and I think that's where it becomes a challenge. And then if they do come to pit road early, short pitting to try to get an advantage, they've got to be mistake-free. They can't get disconnected, and that can be a challenge at this racetrack.
Corey Heim on the bottom, back to the lead. The last time a number 67 led this many laps in a NASCAR Cup race, Jim Reed, Thompson, Connecticut, 1951. That car number has never yet made it to victory lane in the Cup Series, maybe today. Well, Regan?
Well, Mike, when we do get to those final pit stops, all the pressure will be on the fuelers. Tyler Semke, fueler for Chase Elliott, the most valuable pit crew from 1 year ago. How do you get over the wall and make that timing just right to get your driver to the quickest stop?
Yeah, I mean, just comes down to practice, what we do, and we're kind of always in this position. As you can tell, it's hectic right now. You just got to stay even-keeled and hope for the best, and I think we'll do okay.
Like I can tell you, Tyler played football at Kansas University. It's a good thing. These fuel cans, 108 pounds that they got to carry over the wall.
Yeah, 14 gallons per fuel can this year. That's the new capacity. 3 by 3 by 3. As they continue to stretch out the fuel mileage, it's all going to come down to the final stop and the run to the checkered flag to win this Daytona 500. 36 laps to go in Daytona. Next week, we head to Atlanta for a doubleheader Saturday for the Truck Series and the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series back for 400 miles of drafting at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox. All right, new player up front on the outside, Cole Custer Chevrolet against Bubba Wallace's Toyota and Christopher Bell's Toyota. We'll see if things shake up. Now look in the middle row. 5 cars back. That's the 6 of Brad Keselowski, and he's not happy with this current state of events.
I think we got to tell all these guys in our lane, let's go. Chris can push him out. We've got all these Fords right here. It's time. We're in the fuel window. Let's go. It's our only play because we can't make it either way. Only open to yellow. And we need track position if that happens.
4 Fords in a row in the middle behind Bubba Wallace's Toyota.
Well, we're with you, Brad. Let's push that thing forward. Let's go.
Well, if you stay, again, that's why I mentioned that and asked Larry about it. If you stay following suit here, you're going to be in trouble when they pit. You're not going to pit any faster than they are because everybody's saving the same fuel.
34 laps to go in 2023. Ricky Stenhouse was 19th at this stage in the race,
but what he
won.
Sorry, what he wants them to do is have him push Bubba out there out front and get a run, and then spit him out, put him in the other lane, and line all those Fords up and go. It's a good play.
Clint, you've been in this position. You're 10 rows back right in the middle of all this. What's your mindset right this minute?
Well, you're starting to panic. You really are starting to panic, and that's exactly what he's talking about. Well, I'm gridlocked. No different than stuck in traffic on 77 in Charlotte. How am I going to get to where I'm going?
Well, and when you're that far back, you're really at the mercy of everybody else.
Well, here's one of those drivers, Noah Gregson, number 4.
So Brad, off. Not going to go anywhere. There's 3 Toyota roadblocks.
Roadblocks, he says. Well,
we've been there.
Yeah, and right now Chris Buescher doesn't want to move lanes because he has all those Fords lined up behind him. So he's got a gap big enough to start changing lanes and start breaking free right there. But he's also got all those guys lined up behind him that he knows he needs to keep behind him.
Well, you're not going to have very many more laps to go, and you're not have to worry about it. You're going to have to start finding the bottom. That way you can make pit road.
Down and off pace, down on the bottom of the racetrack. Former winner of the 500, 5 laps back.
Well, when this thing breaks loose, it's going to be wild. And we saw what one little mistake can make of just such a big mess earlier when Justin Allgaier and Denny Hamlin got together. But this is gonna get to pit road, and now you're going to put a lot of pressure on the drivers to get in and out of their pit box, to pit road, off pit road. Also, every one of those crew guys putting that fuel in the cars.
Outside lane, look at cars 4 and 5. Here's Cody Ware coming back to the front. Here's Zane Smith, won the first stage. He's coming back to the front. They're all trying to find a way to get themselves in position for this final stop, to be in a position to steal a Daytona 500.
And how about Cole Custer up there? You've mentioned him a couple times, but they've kept themselves up in the front of this pack. We've seen that 41 car win some races in the past, but Cole switching to Chevrolet and everything that they've done this year.
I think the game plan's working. Now you don't have those 3 Camrys holding everybody up. You got that Ford on the outside, and some action is fixing to finally start moving throughout the field.
30 laps to go in 2021. Michael McDowell was 17th at this stage in the race. He won that Daytona 500.
From a driver's point of view, as you start getting ready to start pitting, you're going to start thinking about, okay, what lane am I in? And you're going to have to be in that bottom lane. if you're in that top lane right now and your spotter starts saying, all right, we got 2 laps. When he said that to me and I'm in the top lane, I'm panicked.
That's right. And I think that's why you're going to see Bubba Wallace probably elect to quit blocking that Ford train and get down to the bottom with his teammates here before you know it.
Now, Thursday night, we had an interesting situation with green flag pit stops and cars stopping in small groups because coming back up onto the track and trying to merge with traffic in turn number 2 produced what on the highway would be a really dangerous situation. Look at the closing rates and the speed differential as cars tried to merge back together into traffic at speed.
Yeah, and you want to create that serpentine so you send one high, one low, so that that group of cars, that line of cars, has to kind of zig and zag through the group so they're not nose to tail, and it breaks the momentum, and then you're able to stop the momentum of that group and join them. So it all depends how many of these guys are going to come to pit road together. Are we going to see, we saw at the beginning of the race when they pitted under green, we saw some 4 and 5 car groups. So how many cars are going to come to pit road at one time?
But that kind of crazy closing rate and merging is what we're about to see if we have all green flag pit stops.
Well, especially with the Daytona 500 on the line. Everybody wants to win this race, so they're willing to take more chances than just about anywhere that they race in order to try to get that Harley J. Earl trophy.
Watch him coming down, Jesus. Down any there, or we got loose.
Spotter chatter getting a little more urgent as we get close to pit stops.
We're all good.
Bubba Wallace's radio.
Clear either lane, half back to the top. We'll get there first. 17's 2 back of your lane, 1.5 covered on both sides.
Calm voice of Freddie Kraft, his longtime spotter. Ooh, Cole Custer got a little squirreled up there.
And it doesn't take much. You saw Cole Custer kind of get a little squirrely right there when Cody Ware got into the back bumper. Sorry, Ryan Preece got into the back bumper of his car right there. And I'm not saying that they got lazy earlier, but you can get lazy and make a bad block or make a bad push when somebody's trying to lift out of the throttle to save more fuel than you can expect. So you always got to keep your guard up. You can't let your guard down in these situations because you can still get yourself tore up. You're still running, 185, 190 miles an hour.
It's such a great point. All right, that's going to show me. That's what I was looking for. Bubba finally pulled down on that bottom lane in front of the Toyotas. Let's see if this is a lap, but that's definitely by strategy. Starting to think about pitting.
At least 4 Toyotas in line at the front. We're coming to 25 laps to go. Last year, William Byron was 23rd with 25 laps to go and won the Daytona 500 for the 2nd time in a row. Not this time.
Out there quite a bit there, Kevin.
All right, race fans, snag a $1 spicier classic chicken sandwich with purchase today and tomorrow using promo code Daytona in the Wendy's app. Regan?
Mike, as you saw the last lap by, Bubba Wallace moved down to the bottom. The message from spotter Freddie Kraft: drop down to the bottom, get in front of the 20, and go 100%.
Well, Denny Hamlin's in that line, and so is Jimmy Johnson among the Toyotas. Kind of broken up there by Chase Elliott's Chevrolet. But quite a group of them should they choose to pit.
Guys, we're getting close. You talked about short pitting. We're within about 5, 6, 7 laps. They're going to have to start coming.
Well, if you're not in the bottom lane, that could be a tough order.
Yeah, and you have no choice unless I've been in that position before where they're like, you got to get down. I'm like, what do you want me to do? There is absolutely nowhere to go. And now, as they all decided to go again, I mean, it makes it more difficult to get things shook back out because you've been in this mode of trying to position yourself to just take care of the fuel, and now you got to take care of yourself to get yourself in a position to pit. So it can be challenging, and we've seen a lot of things happen in these scenarios that have caused some accidents.
Well, and a little bit of game of chicken going on with those Fords lined up in the middle. I mean, their play is going to try to get in front of the Toyotas down low before you can get to the bottom and make that call. But we know they're going to run out of gas eventually. Check it out. lap times are back. They're picking back up. We saw that 100% throttle on Bubba Wallace, and right there it is, back in his 42nd category, up a second.
And also that middle lane doesn't pass them by and drop down to the bottom. There's nowhere for the cars in the middle or top lane to go if they want to be the first to pit.
Oh, ooh, look out.
Now you're starting to see some of that handling come back into effect when they're all trying to hold that throttle down all the way around the racetrack. These tires have been on there for a while, and they've been strategically going around the racetrack with their car and not having to be right on the edge. And now they're right on the edge, and you see those cars go up the hill.
And consistently in that middle lane. That's where we've seen most of the trouble happen, in particular off of 4, and that's exactly where it is at again.
30 cars within 1.1 seconds of the leader.
Yeah, and that middle lane, Clint, it can be really sketchy just for the fact that you can get yourself with the right front fender out like I talked earlier, and all of a sudden it'll plant that right front and cause that car to get loose. So
and a lot of turbulent air in there as well.
It'll just reach out and bite you at sometimes just because of the characteristics of these cars in that middle lane.
.21 laps to go. Watch for hands out the window on the back straightaway among cars in the bottom lane. If they're signaling to pit, no turn signals here.
Still got those Toyotas on the inside lane. You've got Bubba Wallace and leading that inside lane. Chris Buescher in the middle lane. Cole Custer still in the outside lane. Still a lot of inexperience behind these guys that they're going to have to coordinate with to start making these pit stops happen when it's time.
Coming to 20 to go, and it appears those group of Toyotas, the 4 of them, 4 out of the first 7 on the inside, will probably dictate which is going to be the first group to stop. They control the racetrack right now because in the bottom lane they control the access to pit road.
Do you dare try to go with them in that middle lane if you're those Fords right there, Kevin?
Well, I was just getting ready to ask Larry, if you're Chase Elliott sitting 5th in that line right in front of another Toyota,
Here we go.
Denny Hamlin, what do? Do you come with them?
If those Toyotas drive through the infield, I'm going to follow them.
All right.
Better
Hands
get
out
ready
the
to get
window.
dirty. Here they come, folks. You saw the hands.
This should be the money stop.
The 9 pulled up.
Elliott will not come with him. He moves up to the middle, which is now the inside lane, as 4 Toyotas, just 4.
And Denny Hamlin did not come with them either. So we only have 4 Toyotas on pit road.
If you follow him, that's exactly what you did. Follow him.
Well, right now it's a process of elimination. You want to try to put yourself in a position with the least amount of cars that you have to race at the end of this thing. So, you know, some of us are playing chess and some of us are playing checkers. So you just have to see how all this works out.
Keep an eye on these Toyotas leaving pit road. The efficiency of pit road is coming in together and, more importantly, leaving together, getting that group bunched up as fast as possible. Not very efficient out of that group right there. A lot of separation. That means Bubba's going to have to back up before they catch them and get the freight train going again. They're in trouble.
Yeah, well, there's not enough cars to fan out to catch those back guys up.
And the rest of this pack still haven't pitted and going even faster yet.
Yeah, and right now the only way to get these cars back together is for Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell to just back up to them by going slower.
Which is not a good option.
And now it's the Fords in control. Buescher, Berry, and Gregson ahead of Keselowski, then Priest, Smith, and Logano a little further back.
Guys, that is a downside. We talked about it earlier. Is 4 or 5 pitting and getting separated like those Toyotas are. That's not going to be good.
Chris Buescher is the 22nd different leader of this Daytona 500, and that ties the all-time record for most leaders in the race. 4 cars back of the pack, 3 cars rather, peeling off.
I think that was Denny Hamlin.
Front runners stay out.
It was Denny Hamlin, Eric Jones, Jimmy Johnson on pit road. That is not a very combined group effort out of Toyota at all. Really broke their group up. They're going to need some help. Some cautions or something is going to have to happen to put them back in this thing, in my opinion.
Well, the best thing that might happen for them right now is a caution, while everybody else, for the most part, hasn't pitted. That would be about the only thing that saves them.
And Chris Buescher has really picked the pace up. We're under 47 seconds now.
Good point.
He's putting the whip to it.
And when can a caution happen? When a big group like this decides to pit all at once, we've seen it time and time again, might be just what those Toyotas need. Working together is what put these Fords on the map at this racetrack. They do it better than most, and here they are, several of them back up front. Do they have the game plan?
46.80 the last lap.
Yeah, and that's 2 seconds faster than those Toyotas that just pitted. So definitely going to lose a lot of time from those first 4 Toyotas that pitted.
Further proves that point. Custer's pulling out of line. What's wrong with him? Is he out of gas?
Cole Custer's Chevrolet dropped to the bottom. Below the yellow line, gave up a bunch of spots. He'll likely be headed pit side.
I think he's out of gas. That might pull some of these guys down there.
15 to go when we come back. Are the Fords coming? Yes, they are. Chris Buescher will lead the Fords onto pit road, and we've confirmed the 41 of Cole Custer is out of fuel.
Yeah, and he's going to make it back. So this is all going to continue to cycle around.
Chevrolet is on point now. Busch and Chastain. Ricky Stenhouse up there. Carson Hocevar. As the Fords come off pit road, pretty well organized.
Not the best.
Not the best.
Not as much as I would like.
Okay.
Yeah, you see Tyler Reddick right in the middle right there. So the thing that they'll have working against them in this group is he's not going to fan out, but that group
that's
got
not
split in
good.
half.
They did not do that very efficient at all. We haven't had the practice during this Daytona 500 this year that we normally see with these green flag pit stops.
14 laps to go. 74 lead changes is the record. We've had 60 today.
I can promise you that's exactly what those Toyotas wanted to see, is somebody else slip up a little bit.
Well, they weren't. There was definitely more cars. They weren't as spread out as the Toyotas were, but it did take their advantage away of being in those 2 groups. Now it's just a matter of how long is this group going to sit out here and make more lap time on the groups that have already pitted, and how many of them will come together. Here they come.
Go.
Here they come.
Just 3 of them, though.
Yeah.
Boy, this is going to be a tough one. They're all going to come together.
A bunch of Chevys plus Blaney and Zane Smith and Ford stay out.
Actually wound up with 4 there on pit road. So we saw this in the first stage with all these small groups pitting together, Clint. Now we're seeing it again.
Hocevar, Stenhouse leave pit road along with Chastain. It'll be 12 to go this time. The first 11 cars have not made this pit stop.
Okay,
they are 7 Chevrolets, 3 Fords, and Ty Gibbs Toyota. Joey Logano to the front as 8 cars come to pit road.
And here's these first 2 groups starting to merge together.
Yeah, and those smaller groups, Clint, they're really not doing that bad. It's not losing as much time as I actually thought they were going to do. As now you're seeing that serpentine of the cars that split out to try to make those big groups weave their way through them, and they've done that. Now they're all attached together.
Now this last group did a lot better job, in my opinion.
Well, they're going to get past.
Well, I know, but there's a lot of them, and they have some
They got to get around
here.
They got to get around to the corner before they can come off the bottom of the racetrack.
Very valid. The rule is until you're off 4, you got to stay on the yellow line. Will they move up and try to block this?
Yeah, and right now I think they feel like that the pace is probably just too great to just pull up there.
That's basically all 3 right there. You got the bottom lane merging, you got the ones leading, and then the other ones led by the 21 car right there coming on them strong.
Josh Berry for the Wood brothers. Full speed in that top lane. Coming right up against this group of 4 to provide what will be the lead pack. Berry all the way to the bottom of the racetrack from the top.
Well, he's got to be careful, and because there are slower cars merging right here, and this is what usually causes some chaos every once in a while when you have to go around those cars. Blaney's already to the top of the racetrack right there.
Keselowski with Busch are teammates, that green and white Ford and the orange one behind it, as they chase Joey Logano.
Yeah, Blaney threw the Hail Mary to try to get them to slow down, and now you see Joey Logano doing the same thing. They split him with the bottom and the top lane. Totally messes up the guys that were in the middle lane because they had nowhere to go.
And the 500 becomes a battle between RFK Racing, the Wood Brothers, and Team 2311 with Tyler Reddick in the 45.
Well, let's not write off those cars right behind them. We thought William Byron was in trouble early. He's still in this race in the lead pack right there. Joey Logano, lots of things took place and cycled this field around.
Carson Hocevar to third on the outside of Keselowski, dueling for second as they track Reddick down the back straightaway.
Well, we've talked about Carson Hocevar, how aggressive he is, trying to keep himself in position to have a chance to win this race here with 9 to go.
Don't forget, this McDowell's looking for a caution. He still is your leader, folks. Hasn't pitted yet. He needs a caution quick,
Whoa,
and there it
is.
Not yet. Is it out? 20's in trouble. Right front damage, big time.
Hard hit for Denny Hamlin and Christopher Bell.
No caution yet.
Caution.
There it is. Michael McDowell, catbird position right there. That's exactly why you roll the dice right there. Worked in their favor. Give luck a chance to operate.
He was the only car that had not made a pit stop.
He's going to have to pit.
Well, now.
That's right.
Oh, Christopher Bell.
Big time right front damage.
Yeah, I can't turn it.
Yeah, and it looked like just a push gone wrong right there.
Teammate too, right?
Yeah, he and Denny Hamlin, I believe, got together. And the Oklahoma driver, who has become a perennial championship contender, ends up against the fence.
Yeah, and I hate that for Christopher Bell. Had control of this race right up until everything cycled through, but you're going to see this car right back here of Corey Heim. He's going to get in the back of Denny Hamlin and shoot him into the right side of Christopher Bell. Man, John Hunter Nemechek got lucky he didn't get hooked in the left rear, but that was just a push gone wrong from the 67 car there of Corey Heim. See it right there. He's just off center.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to be centered if you're going to push on those cars, and he's off center right there.
Wow.
And you turn the guy around, turn the guy sideways when you're like that.
From Joey Logano's Hunt Brothers cam. Eric Jones' view.
Yeah, and right there you could really see the offset of the 67 of Corey Heim compared to Denny Hamlin. Just won't work.
Fifth caution flag of the day in Daytona within 10 laps of the finish. Around they go in a hard crash.
Daytona 500, are you kidding me?
This one sucks when you're that close.
Austin Cindric, the winner of the Daytona 500. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daytona 500 winner.
Away they go.
It's going to be close.
Race winner will be the 24.
Daytona 500, are you kidding me?
Checker is waving. William Byron has won the 500 for the second year in a row. Those are the last 5 500s, and that's what's at stake. The Harley J. Earl Trophy, biggest single-day prize in stock car racing. William Byron trying to win it for the 3rd year in a row. That has never been done. Right now he is in the top 5 behind Michael McDowell, who still has yet to pit, Carson Hocevar, Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Brad Keselowski. How about our leader, Michael McDowell? Here's his radio.
Turn everything off, coming to 1 to go, but we have plenty of laps to make it here. I mean, we're damn near going to be green on checkered, and if you save everything here, I think we're going to make it.
Crew chief Travis Peterson, he's a gambler.
I was just going to say the exact same thing.
Well, maybe I went wrong
that
after
man right
all.
there is a gambler.
Yep.
Well, at this point, you don't have anything else to look like. That is the gamble. It's the card you got.
Jamie.
And I'm listening to Travis Peterson. He just told his driver, Michael McDowell, we are 3 laps to the good.
All right. And everyone else has stopped for fuel.
With a really good drafter, too. Michael McDowell has got this job done and can do it again.
And he's aggressive. Like, he's going to throw some aggressive blocks and do everything he can do to try to keep himself in a position to win this race. So
I cannot believe William Byron is still in this thing. He has been in several of these mishaps and somehow still has enough fender on this baby. Maybe a history being made here. You like history, Mike?
Well, 67 years they've been running this race, and they've never had as many leaders as they've had today. Just had our 23rd.
Or anybody make it 3 in a row.
I was thinking about something a couple minutes ago. That Harley J. Earl trophy is pretty awesome. But that couple $1 million to win this race was way more awesome.
Yeah.
Now, before pit stops began, Michael McDowell was 31st, last car on the lead lap. He did not stop, and now he will restart from the front row with a chance to win the 500.
I love it, and that's what kind of we were talking about before, you know, that green stop started happening. I mean, you eventually got to give luck a chance to operate and try, and that's exactly what they did with the 71 car. This might work.
Well, we still have 30 cars on the lead lap. As you look at our aerial coverage, brought to you by Goodyear. Legends aren't born, they're proven. Goodyear. Darkening skies off to the west, but we're going to get this one finished. Larry, how about some trends for these final 5 laps?
Mike, I looked at the last 4 Daytona 500s with the Gen 7 car. The average of the last caution, somewhere around 199.5 laps. Basically on the last lap, and 3 of the last 4 races here in the 500 ended in overtime.
Well, we will restart with 30 lead lap cars.
I see Hocevar running in 3rd right there. A lot of seat time this week in Daytona, Kevin. I know you've covered a couple of them.
Well, you know I love seat time. I think the more that these young guys can race, the more it pays off when you get in scenarios like this. You've seen more things, and the more situations you see, the better off you are.
So of the past champions trying to win this race for the first time, we have Brad Keselowski in 5th. We have Kyle Busch in 11th. Chase Elliott in 15th. Ryan Blaney in 18th. Kyle Larson 23rd. Fans are on their feet. We are not yet to overtime. We'll take the green with 4 laps to go.
Caution of the wind, friends are out the window. Block, 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 push, push as hard as you possibly can. Foot to the floor. Here we go. You're going to see big blocks out of McDowell. Kevin, you said it. Very aggressive.
Well,
not scared.
They've already got themselves separated right there, and you see two-time defending Daytona 500 winner William Byron right in the middle of this, pushing Tyler Reddick out to a couple car length lead over Michael McDowell in that outside lane.
And behind McDowell, Carson Hocevar in the 77. They call him the Hurricane. Where he goes, there's likely to be stiff winds and maybe carnage in his wake. We'll see.
Oh, look, Reddick pulled up to try to slow that down, missed the block on the bottom. Now he's 3 wide in the middle.
Well, you see,
they're not going to McDowell. Here comes the help.
Yeah, and Hocevar was just a little late to that move. He was actually wanting to stay behind the 45 car, and it kind of took him a minute to change lanes right there, but it's going to work out for him.
Thank you, Hocevar. Bailed McDowell out right there.
Now, Thursday night, Carson Hocevar helped another Chevy to victory in the 150-mile qualifying race. 2 Chevys lined up. Up top, Logano in a Ford. Drops to the bottom, squeezes into the middle, looking for room.
And this all comes down to the decisions. You see Eric Jones right there stay behind Hocevar and not follow Joey Logano. And those are the types of moments that determine these races.
Boy, Logano restarted 14th. Where did he come from? Eric Jones all the way to the bottom. Hocevar down to cover, back up behind McDowell. Coming to 2 to go.
Whoa, hold on to it, Logano. Loose off the corner. Hocevar's swapping back and forth, looking for a hold as he shoot to the bottom.
Here comes Tyler Reddick in that middle lane.
And here comes the bottom lane, William Byron. With Brad Keselowski, one of the best pushers in this whole sport. Behind Byron, Chris Buescher behind him.
Don't get too far out there, Michael McDowell. Here they come. Where does he go? High or low? He can't choose both.
Yeah, and he just had so much momentum right there that he couldn't stick with his teammate. Now, Carson Hocevar has the lead of this race, and Michael McDowell is stuck down on that bottom lane.
Eric Jones coming around the outside with help. Here they come to the white flag.
This is
1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank.
This is the one you want to lead. If the caution comes out, it's over.
Hocevar in the wall, turned around in front of the field. Around goes Jones. Ricky Stenhouse to the front. Elliott around the outside.
Still green.
Reddick on the bottom. Reddick, Elliott.
The help's on the outside. Here comes Chase Elliott. Can it be?
Yeah,
Chase Elliott.
Stuck in the middle with no help.
Zane Smith with him. On the bottom is Tyler Reddick. They come up single file. Zane Smith's going to have 1 shot at Chase Elliott, NASCAR champion, most popular driver, trying for the win, and Reddick to the top side. He's got help. Riley Herbst, his teammate. Reddick drops to the bottom. Alongside Elliott, in the wall goes Herbst, and Tyler Reddick comes to the line.
Wow.
A shower of sparks behind him.
Unbelievable.
Unreal.
Didn't really hear of him all day long until the last lap. Daytona proves yet once again it's all about the last lap.
That's the only lap that you have to lead. What a great job there by Tyler Reddick at the end.
The 30-year-old from Corning, California, will get his 9th career win in his 219th start.
Do we get it? Just want to be sure before.
Did not wait for that move. As soon as he got to the bumper, he went around him. That was a great move by Reddick. Shot back to the bottom. The 9 was a sit and duck. Couldn't block both ways.
And Michael Jordan goes to victory lane with Denny Hamlin, the owners of Team 2311. And look at those tears.
Hey guys, did we win it?
Reddick's still worrying about whether he's won the race or not.
Yes, sir. You got nobody.
Brad Keselowski climbs out. And for the 4th time in history, the winner of the Daytona 500 leads only the final lap.
I know that feeling.
So proud of you guys. I love every one of you guys. Thank you.
Well, happy birthday, car owner Michael Jordan on Tuesday. Lifelong race fan and now co-owner of one of NASCAR's top teams and a Daytona 500 champion car owner.
This shows you the importance of this last lap and how chaotic Daytona can be. The guy that was leading at the white flag is 19th right now, Hocevar. Unbelievable.
Well, this is what we expect 2311 and Tyler Reddick to do. We talked about it in the pre-race. Kind of got a mulligan last year with everything that was going on, but we expect these guys to be winners. And Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin expect these guys to be winners. And now they have won the biggest race in NASCAR.
He parks it on the start-finish line.
Shrapnel everywhere.
Look at the carnage.
Oh, yes. There's plenty of, that's quite a debris field from what happened. But there is your Daytona 500 champion, Tyler Reddick. And it was no team effort. Reddick was the only Toyota in the top 7, along with 2 Chevrolets and 4 Fords.
Chase Elliott so close. What a heartbreaker for so many, not just him.
Yeah, I went from Stenhouse winning the race to Chase Elliott, and then all the way at the end.
He didn't wait. As soon as he got to the bumper at Zane Smith, he went. I thought he was going to try to push him. Zane Smith in the middle of 3 and 4 backed it up a little bit, going for it. Didn't work.
Jamie Little.
Celebration ongoing down here for Tyler Reddick. He's FaceTiming. Who are you FaceTiming?
Frank Bonsignor. He's normally our tire guy. Liz filled in for him. He's at home fighting some stuff. He wouldn't miss a race for anything, and they asked him to stay home and get healed up for the season. So, of course, he missed it, but it was really cool to be able to talk to him.
Tyler, last year, what a year for you. I know you were disappointed. I know you had things going on with your baby boy, physically, the team, and NASCAR. To get here right now in this moment, you're a Daytona 500 champion.
I know, last year was really hard for all of us, hard for me. When you're a Cup driver and you get to this level and drive for Michael Jordan, you know, it's expected you win every single year. And for us to go on that drought that we did made us really look hard in the mirror, and just really proud of everyone on our Chumba Casino Toyota Camry. Worked really, really hard in the offseason, and there was many points in this race where we weren't making decisions that we wanted to, but we just reset. And every opportunity that we got to resack, we went back at it, and just speechless. I didn't know if I'd ever win this race. It's surreal, honestly. And honestly, the best part is my son asked before the race, "Are you finally going to win this race?" And something about today just felt right.
Take us through that last lap. You were all by yourself, no teammate help around you. And we didn't really talk about you much during the race, and suddenly you were there when it counted most.
Yeah, I know. I keep looking for my wife and my kids. They'll be here at some point, I'm sure. Maybe they're taking a nap, who knows. But yeah, I mean, we had the lead there when that caution came out, lined up next to McDowell, and we just kind of kept getting hung a couple times in the closing laps there. And yeah, just every time we kind of break up, there'd be someone really with nowhere left to go but to push. And they pushed me. Obviously, my teammate Riley Herbst gave me a lot of pushes there, and then tried to win the race for himself as he should at the end there. It's just incredible how it all played out. Just true Daytona madness. And just, man, it's going to be a long night if I've already lost my voice from screaming. Just never thought I'd be a Daytona 500 champion.
9 cars finished within 0.3 of a second of the leader. That's how close it was. So let's have a look at our Pod's big move of the race, which of course has to be the final lap.
Yeah, but which one is it?
Yeah, there was a lot happening right here.
There sure was.
Picking one's going to be difficult.
There's Reddick in second.
Yeah, it all started right here when Tyler Reddick pushed Hocevar out to the lead, and then Reddick goes, or Hocevar goes to the top of the racetrack, off center again, and 47 pushing the 43 just shoves him out of the way because of the misalignment from the front of the pack. Now, I didn't know if the caution was going to come out right there or not, but Stenhouse had the lead for a second, and then we realized that it was going to stay green, and Chase Elliott looked like he had this race under control.
Well, he had the help, Kevin, and then all of a sudden that help stalls out, and look at the run off the bumper of Riley Herbst, the 35 car that Reddick gets. Now you got Zane Smith pushing as hard as he can on the 9. They come attached a little bit. I think Zane Smith slowed down a little bit to try to get some more energy to pass the 9. 45 thought better of it. Shoots high, goes around him. Now we're going low. Chase Elliott was a sitting duck. He really was. Then ends up getting wrecked right here. Big shot to the outside. Boom. That's a wild one, guys. So who do you give the Pod's biggest movement to?
Well, maybe the guy that won, but I'm also going to go back and an attaboy to Bubba Wallace, because he could have run completely over William Byron, but he pedaled it, cost himself a top 5 finish to avoid wrecking half the field there on that final corner.
That was really good driving by Tyler Reddick. Timed it perfect.
An amazing finish to the Daytona 500. Tyler Reddick headed for victory lane. By our count, we had probably 5 different winners of this race within the last half lap. And then things went sideways for several as Tyler Reddick beats Ricky Stenhouse to the checkered flag. Joey Logano gets shoved across the line in 3rd, and everybody else is piled up. 9 cars within 0.3 of a second of the winner. And every one of those in it to win it, right to the flag.
That was everybody in the grandstands was doing the exact same thing.
For one driver or another,
That's
yes,
right.
absolutely.
I mean, that is Daytona, being a fan of Daytona 500 in a nutshell right there.
And that's how fast it can change, right? Like you're cheering thinking, I got this, I got this. I don't. I don't have this.
Tyler Reddick and family celebrate with the Harley Earl Trophy. And Regan is with his teammate.
Well, Mike Bubba Wallace seemingly did everything right today. You lead 40 laps. What are the range of emotions that Daytona brought you today?
Oh, man, I don't know what to say. First off, hats off to the 45 group. I don't want my emotions to take away from the monumental day they just accomplished. Man, happy birthday, MJ. That's a massive birthday present. I just noticed that Chumba Casino was on his car, so that's 2 crown jewel wins for them, so that's pretty damn cool. But man, I just told MRN here, I thought this was our week, the best 500 I've ever had. And come up short sucks, but couldn't be more proud of the team. Pumped for Xfinity to jump on board the way they did and debut their first primary race in the 500. Led a lot of laps, lap leader, I believe. It was a good day for us, but damn, try again next year.
Thanks, Bubba.
Boy, he was close. And as I said, he could have just upended totally William Byron, but instead he pedaled it, probably lost 4 or 5 spots in the last 800 feet of the race.
Well, we watched the pit crew meeting with Alan Gustafson today, and to put this in perspective, you want to keep yourself in contention all day. Bubba Wallace kept himself in contention to the very end of the race, and sometimes it just works out the way that it did because of things that have happened. Control the things that you can control. Keep yourself in contention as long as you can until that thing out of your control happens, or you have a great day.
And he's proven that he's good at that.
Yes.
He has finished second in this race twice. He is really good at this drafting racing.
You could look at any of the drivers that finished at the top 10, and at some point on the last lap of this race, you could have legitimately said he's going to win it.
100%. I agree. What a wild one.
Yeah, and you look at Ricky Stenhouse and Joey Logano and Chase Elliott and Riley Herbst, and those cars are all totaled, and they're still some of them top 5, some of them top 10, but that's the way these finishes go.
And it's either that extreme high or the ultimate letdown. I mean, again, go back to that last lap at the white flag. Hocevar 19th, McDowell 22nd. 1 lap.
All right, there's the winner sticker going on the roof. Tyler Reddick's Toyota, winner of the 68 Daytona 500. We'll have much more from the world's most famous beach after this. What a day in Daytona. One of the greatest athletes of all time gets to come to victory lane and hoist one of the greatest trophies of all time. Michael Jordan is a champion owner of the Daytona 500 with driver Tyler Reddick. And there's the prize you want to hoist right there, the Harley Earl Trophy.
Well, that man's won a lot of big moments in his career. And to see that smile on his face holding that trophy up is pretty awesome. Josh?
Well, here with Chase Elliott, so close to getting that first Daytona 500 champion. What happened in your perspective on that final lap?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what happened with the first wreck. Kind of obvious that's a little, further around, but we ended up, kind of getting gifted the lead, and the 38 and I had got out by ourselves down the back, and yeah, he gave me a good shove off into 3, and then it was kind of just he and I, and at that point I just felt momentum shift, like there was going to be another run coming behind us there at some point, and unfortunately that was accurate. And then at that point in time you're just on defense, and man, that's a really, really tough place to be, truthfully. And I obviously, looking back, you can run it through your mind 1,000 times. Do you do something different? Do you I feel like if I had thrown a double block on the 45, probably would have just crashed us at that point in time. So I feel like you had to kind of pick your battles. I thought maybe, somebody would pick me up on the top and you might have one more run to the line, but unfortunately ended up, getting turned around. But appreciate all the effort, everybody. Hendrick Motorsports, Napa, Chevrolet. Thought we had a good speed week down here, and obviously hate to. Just really sucks to be that close and. Come off turn 4 with the lead and not finish it off. But that's part of this event, and unfortunately we were on the bad end of it today.
Thanks, Chase. Jamie?
Well, back in victory lane, Michael Jordan has made his way here. Sir, we talked before the race. 4 horses in it. You are a Daytona 500 champion. How does that sound?
I can't even believe it. Yeah, I mean, it was so gratifying. I mean, we had 4 guys that were really fighting, that was helping each other out. I mean, you never know how these races are going to end, right? It's like you just try to survive. And, I thought Riley did an unbelievable job by pushing at the end. That shows you what teamwork can really, really do. I mean, he doesn't get enough credit. He won't get enough credit, but we feel the love. We understand exactly what he did. And I mean, we just hung in there all day. I mean, we great strategy by the team, and we gave ourselves a chance at the end. And look, I'm ecstatic. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It feels like I won a championship, but until I get my ring, I won't even know.
All right, what size ring do you wear? Did you tell me?
Size 13. Size 13.
Hey, happy early birthday.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it.
Mike.
Michael Jordan started out in the grandstands as a young boy and ends up in victory lane at the biggest stock car race in the world. All right, let's go back downstairs.
Well, Brad, I heard you say on the radio all you wanted was a chance when the day started. You had that chance, and unfortunately have to settle for a 5th place. Bring me through those final laps and what happened.
Yeah, a lot of chaos. Last restart, I gave William Byron a great push, and just wasn't enough to move our lane. I was giving him all I had, and then right here at the end, I had this huge run, and the 35 wrecked us. So really disappointed. He tore up the 9, tore up the 22, a bunch of cars that didn't deserve to be wrecked. So that was a big bummer and really stupid, but still a decent day for us to come home with a top 5 and to be competitive and have a shot to win, Josh.
Brad, how's the leg?
Great. Once you're in that race car, I got a fast Mustang, and it's just digging.
Appreciate you, Brad.
Well, a wrecked car, but strong start to the season for RFK Racing, which puts 2 cars in the top 7. Keselowski 5th and Chris Buescher 7th. Ricky Stenhouse 2nd, got pushed across the line sideways. So did Joey Logano, who finished 3rd. Other than Tyler Reddick, I don't think anybody in that top 7 came across the start-finish line, pointed in the direction they wanted to be going, but there they were.
Yeah, and there were a few points in that lap, like we said, where we thought 3 or 4 different guys were going to win the race. I really thought that Chase Elliott was going to pull it off, but that momentum from behind. But what a moment for 23-11 and for Tyler Reddick to put themselves back on the map as winners.
It just takes you back to the power of the last lap of the Daytona 500. So much chaos happens. Everybody's going for it. blocks, pushes, crashes. We had 2 different crashes, you know. They wreck getting into one, and then they wreck again at the start-finish line. I'm glad that it stayed green, right? I'm glad that was a safe wreck down there. Everybody was okay. They saw what they needed to see, knew that they were okay, and let this thing play out, and boy, did it. Wow, what a finish.
And everyone involved checked and released at the infield care center where Josh stands.
Yeah, Joey Logano just released from the care center, and Joey, you have to settle for 3rd place. An eventful day. Bring me through your day and what ultimately happened in the end.
Yeah, eventful day for sure. Had a little bit of damage from a wreck earlier, and you know, I made a good move there at the end. We got to the top, and we were rolling, and found myself racing for the lead, and I had an opportunity to get underneath the Spire cars in the middle 1 and 2. I felt like it was the right move, and when I did it and put her out in the wind, I guess the damage just was more than I thought, because it just kind of slowed down, and I couldn't clear like I thought I was going to. So, you know, unfortunately, that kind of set us a little bit further back. Missed the last lap crash into 1, and off of 4, you just kind of go where they're not. And I got spun and came across the line 3rd. So, compared to where we've been in this race recently, to see the finish is great. I ended up in the same building, but at least I've seen the finish, and that's just kind of where it was.
Appreciate you, Joey. Glad you're okay.
A 3rd place finish for Joey Logano as the celebration continues in Victory Lane. This is Fox's 23rd Daytona 500, breaking the mark held by CBS with 22, and we are so proud to bring this great race into your homes each year. Our thanks to Chuck McDonald, Darren Foster, and an entire production team, and all of our commentary team. We'll see you from Atlanta next week with NASCAR Race Day next Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and the Cup Race at Atlanta, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Tonight on Fox, Next Level Chef and The Simpsons Animation Domination. Congratulations, Tyler Reddick, winner of the 68th Daytona 500.